Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome back to my channel, good people of the algorithm. I do hope your weekend is going well. And I want to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers of the world. I want to take this time to shine light on great fathers and why you are important to society, your community, and your immediate loved ones, your family, your children, okay? You are the rock that people lean on, okay? You fight battles that you don't express to anyone, right? Sometimes you carry the world on your shoulder, right? And you still have to leave room to give guidance to people when they're in their time of need. You are valuable and special in every way. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to all the fathers of the world who love their family, love their children, love their community, love the society that they built, love the culture that they instill. Shout out to you. You are truly, truly appreciated more than you let yourself be, okay? And that was great for me to have a great father that I've been able to be blessed in a life to have. He's no longer with me. It's been 11 years now that my father passed away. It's not a day that goes by that I don't miss that man. It's not a day that goes by that I don't miss my grandfather, right? He was a very special man to me. My first words was granddaddy, right? That was my first words. I was around him all the time. I have many uncles who were like, they were my rock. I can go to them for anything, speak to them, everything. That is no longer with me. So I do want to give shout out to these great men because you are appreciated. And even the ones that are not here, you are forever appreciated and remembered. Let's see. And I just want to say shout out to Brucey. Brucey was the first one that came in. Shout out to you, sir. And as I said earlier, happy Father's Day to you, sir. Happy Father's Day to you. And I want to also give a shout out to Flower. How are you, ma'am? This lovely Sunday. Happy Father's Day to you and all the fathers or loved ones, male loved ones who are fathers in your family. Happy Father's Days to them. Please extend that for me, please. And young Riaz, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day to your father and all your other loved ones in your family, young Riaz. Truly appreciate you being here. And oh, hey, Southern, how are you? How are you? It's good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you. Happy Sunday and happy. Well, I said that yesterday, but you was like, F them. All these fathers ain't shit except my. But shout out to your dad, Southern. Happy Father's Day to your family members as well. Yeah. So I do have 3 cases for you guys. Just make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Truly helps the channel. Share this out to anyone who's interested in these type of conversations. I know most people will be out and about, because it is Father's Day. They out there. They gotta get the barbecue going. They gotta get the cooking going and stuff. They are the meat experts. You can't tell them nothing. They like, sit down, woman. We got the meat today. So I hope that they have a full belly. They're happy. And they are enjoying their loved ones, their kiddies, their grandkids all around them. I wish that for all the great fathers that are still present with us today. I wish you the best. A Tribe Called Pope said, I raised so many kids, my son, my nephews, my little... Well, you know what? Thank you, good sir. Happy Father's Day to you. And thank you for doing that. All right? Thank you for doing that. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Happy Sunday. I'm glad that you was able to, come through. And happy Father's Day to you, ma'am, to your loved ones. Oh, yes, I'm okay, Southern. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you. I'm okay, but it's a bittersweet to me because, I miss my father. I really do. I miss him. So me not being able to say happy Father's Day to him now is a little, it's a little sad, but it is what it is. Hey, Pender, how are you? Shout out to Sweden. Shout out to Sweden. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you. Oh, you wish your father was here too? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I had a great dad. He was stern. Well, my father was born in the 30s, right? And men born in the 30s, early 40s, that's a different type of breed. And when you do understand them, you missed a lot of the great fabrics about those type of men, right? They were cut from a different cloth. Oh, hi, Pierce. How are you? Sir, I don't... Have a good day, sir. Happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to you. Admin. Oh, how are you? Thank you so much for your compliment. Shout out to you, sir. Thank you so much and happy Father's Day. Oh, don't worry about it, Southern. Don't worry. It's something I go through every year. It is what it is. Like I said, when you miss someone, you always have special moments where you miss about them. So it's just one of those days. It's one of those days. But I do want to get to the cases with you guys. So the first case that I have for you is about a Brad. So a couple of detectives uncover something in reference to Brad. This happened in October of 2021. I didn't get a chance to actually, skim through this this case. So we're going to go through it with each other. So let me go ahead and pull up my screen and here we go.
Hey man, how'd you get in the house?
You got to come home right now. Emergency. Come home. Just come home. When I walked in, there was a smell, like a pesticide smell.
Yeah.
And I walked in, and I didn't see anything on. I saw like a flower rose tore up. And then I walked in the living room, and she's laying there on her back. There is a lot of blood.
Okay.
This is 65-year-old Bradley Post. Just minutes earlier, he discovered his fiancée, 41-year-old Christina Parcell, lying on her living room floor in a pool of her own blood. He immediately dialed 911.
Grayson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Break Drive. I think I might have a death. Walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. It was a very weird
Hi,
smell.
Maurizio. Thank you so much for the compliment. Shout out to Italy.
Is she breathing?
No.
And we're going to start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah, because somebody might have shot in the back. I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody has shot her? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Joseph.
And
I
tell me
appreciate
why
you.
you think
Happy
she's dead.
Father's
So
Day
she
to you,
won't
sir.
respond.
You won't
Got her eyes
respond?
open.
Eyes are
Yeah.
open? All right.
There's a lot of blood.
And a lot of blood. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go over here now.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Get somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. I have everybody coming.
Brad then told the dispatcher he was going to hang up the phone to inform Christina's family of the emergency. He called Christina's sister, Tina Parcell, who was also the owner of the house. She was working at the time, so he left her this voicemail.
Tina, this is Brad. You need to call me quick. There's a problem with Christina at the house. Please call me now.
Minutes later, Deputy Chris Robinson from the Greenville County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene and was met by Brad standing in the driveway. Tina had just returned Brad's call, so he rushed her off the phone to help the officers.
Hey, man. How'd you get in the house?
You got to come home right now. Emergency.
Hi,
come
Mama.
home.
Good
Come
to
home.
see you. Happy
She went for a
Sunday.
job interview. Okay. She
Hey,
left
Sean,
and
how
came
are
back.
you?
I called her,
Happy
texted her
Sunday.
twice.
Happy
Yeah,
Father's
just
Day.
like 9 o'clock. I got her on a tracker.
Yeah.
She didn't respond, so I went to the door. No response. So the back door is always unlocked.
Okay.
So I walked around the back door. When I walked in, there was a smell like a pesticide smell.
Yeah.
And I walked in, and I didn't see anything on. I saw like a flower rose tore
Okay.
up, and then I walked in the living room, and she's laying there on her back. There is a lot of blood.
Okay. Do you live here?
No.
You stay here occasionally?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with her most days.
All right, do me a favor. Just stand right here. You want to help me clear it real quick? Sheriff's office.
The deputies entered through the back door of the residence and immediately noticed the smell of harsh chemicals that Brad was talking about.
I do smell something. All right, you see what we got? There is a smell in here. All right. You want to hold right, and I'll clear this on the left.
Before checking on Christina, they cleared the house of any threats.
Yes, ma'am. We're clearing the house now. Pushing in. Sheriff's office. Take one. I'll take the other. Sheriff's office.
With no apparent danger inside the house, they headed to the living room to evaluate Christina's condition. She was completely unresponsive. Next to her body, there were roses and rose petals scattered on the floor. But due to the overwhelming stench, the officers decided to wait for EMS outside before processing the scene any further.
Let's get out of here with that smell. Definitely not a death odor.
Back outside, Brad was just wrapping up another phone call with Tina.
Anyway, I got to go, Tina. Get home as soon as you can. It's the owner of the house, her sister.
Okay.
Is she dead?
As far as I can tell, I'm not EMS now.
So I wanted to take notice that she's laying on the floor unresponsive. However, is a very strong chemical smell that's in the room that she's laying at. Now, I don't know if it's bleach. I don't know if it's like they had the gas leaking from the stove, if they have one of those type of stoves. We don't know, but obviously they had to leave because they was kind of feeling woozy from the fumes, whatever the fumes is. So I'm wondering if, they'll eventually tell us what the fumes were. And if it was bleach, like a whole amount of bleach was used, then did the scene happen inside that living room? Did someone clean up around the body to make it seem like she just went unconscious for no apparent reason, or went unconscious and not responsive for having that smell of being in that room for a long period of time? I'm trying to figure that out. Not look at Officer Sexy. What? Miss Southern. Okay, Brucey, no problem. Let's go on.
And this is your girlfriend?
My fiance,
Okay. What's her name?
Christina Lorraine Parcell.
No, absolutely. I did find that
Her
weird.
young daughter is
But I
9.
think
As
because they
EMS
have
arrived, the deputy
that-
asked Brad if he knew of anybody who would want to harm Christina.
There's been a custody battle. This guy's he's a threatener. He's a thug. I'm telling you, person of interest will be John Mello.
The person that Brad just mentioned, John Mello, is Christina's ex-husband. Apparently, Christina and John had been fighting for the permanent custody of their daughter, Aida, and things had gotten ugly.
Tell me about this other dude.
John and Christina had started dating back in 2009, and Christina's family quickly noticed a change in her behavior. The next year, in 2010, she sent out this letter to her family. Dear Mommy, Daddy, and Tina, I'm severing the ties of discontent and unhappiness that have haunted my life. Please leave me to my peace and my newfound life. Please do not visit my home. Do not call or email. And most importantly, please don't worry. She then cut off all contact with her family for 4 years, but in 2014, she suddenly got back in touch with her sister. She told her that she had just given birth to Aida and was in the process of divorcing John. Unfortunately, it was this divorce that ignited the difficult custody battle that Brad mentioned earlier. In court, Christina said that she was afraid of John having primary custody due to his short fuse and explosive anger. But John said the opposite.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Sean, because I do agree. It is very weird that he's so calm speaking about his fiance being on the floor, non-responsive, and then when you went to the house to go check on her, you didn't go inside. The first people that actually went inside to see if she was okay was the police. And then they ended up running out. They also didn't render aid. But if this is your fiance, the love of your life at this point, wouldn't you go inside to see if she's okay if you went to the house and she wasn't answering? And then he proceeded to say the first thing that if something happened to her, he mentioned her ex-husband. I find that very odd that that's the first thing that's on your mind, that if anything happened to her would be the ex-husband. How do you know? If you didn't go inside and see that anything happened to her, you don't know whether if someone was in there, did someone poison her or anything of that sort. You don't know. You never went inside. So why would the first thing be like, oh my God, something happened to her? It has to be the ex-husband. If that is the story or the narrative that you want out there. It's just me. It's just me. But exactly, Southern, he would be upset. Yeah. And he's definitely pretty calm for that to be his fiance. It's just weird kind of behavior that I'm getting from this guy so far.
He insisted that Christina shouldn't have custody due to her erratic behavior, inconsistent presence, and inability to financially support Aida by herself. In 2016, the court made their decision. John gained sole custody of Aida, while Christina was limited to scheduled visitations. But the custody battle didn't end there. In the following months, John contacted the police and social services multiple times, accusing Christina of drug use and misconduct during these visitations. The Greenville County Sheriff's Office launched an investigation and found no evidence to support these claims. In an attempt to catch Christina in the act, John began following her. This backfired, and he was charged and arrested for stalking. Even after being charged, his obsessive behavior continued, and in 2018, John was charged again, this time with harassment. However, both of these charges were ultimately dropped, likely a result of the accusations being hearsay. Things seemed to stabilize over the next 2 years. John remained as primary guardian of Aida, while Christina was entitled to weekend visitations. But suddenly, on October 7th, 2020, Christina received a distressing email from John. It read, "We are out of the country, phone not working. Be advised, we won't be able to fly back for Friday exchange. Sorry, more later." Over the next few days, Christina did everything in her power to figure out where John had taken their daughter. She went to Aida's school, East North Street Academy, and learned that John had withdrawn her from the Greenville County school system. So, she sent an email to John saying, "Please tell me anything you can about where our daughter is and how she is doing. I'm scared and I miss her so much. When am I going to be able to see her? Please." 3 days later, John responded saying, "I am not ignoring you, just super busy. Please do not bother people about us. She is doing great. She is happy and healthy. It's just a new setup. That's all, new rules. Thanks. Stay well." While she continued looking for clues about their whereabouts, John suddenly updated his cover photo on Facebook. In the photo, a random woman had her arm around Aida, and they were posing in front of an old building. Christina zoomed in on a banner in the background and realized that it had Italian text on it. After doing some more digging, she found out that this building was in Rovigo, Italy. Christina contacted several agencies, including the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, and the U.S. State Department. They were able to confirm that Aida was safe and well. but it was ultimately determined
Oh,
that John
snap,
had
boys,
violated
some
Christina's visitation rights.
cooking.
In May of 2021, Christina brought Aida back to South Carolina while John remained in Italy. 3 months later, in August of that same year, all of Christina's neighbors received envelopes in the mail. The envelopes contained several items suggesting that Christina was leading a double life as an escort, operating under the pseudonym Caroline Warren. Christina was certain that John was responsible for this. However, he was still in Italy at the time, and the two locations printed on the envelopes were Greenville, South Carolina, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Perhaps the person who mailed these packages was the same person who brutally attacked Christina. While the deputies questioned Brad, the EMS confirmed that Christina had died. She hadn't been shot as Brad initially thought, but had actually been stabbed dozens of times. Brad was then asked,
Okay, so two things popped out to me, right? So the story with the ex-husband is he got full custody. And when he got full custody and he was supposed to do visitations with the mom, he decides to uproot the daughter, move to Italy without her, her knowing or notifying the courts that he was moving her to Italy. And eventually she did some background work and found out that her child was in Italy because he wasn't given that information. And by the courts, because he violated, right? He violated their custodial agreement within the courts, and he didn't notify the courts that he was moving to a different country and taking the child. She was able to bring the child back. Then all these new emails and letters was being sent out to her family members, and so saying that she's an escort, saying something to pretty much put out there why she is an endangerment to their daughter and why the daughter should not be with her. I'm thinking that even though they were mailed out from Tennessee or Minnesota and the guy is still in Italy, the father is still in Italy, that means he has someone that was still in the States that was helping him to set those things up to get him to have full custody of the daughter again, right? But then she's going to use that information knowing that it will be him that will send that, right? Or send all these details or paint that narrative to her family members, co-workers, and stuff like that. She could use that to go to the court in reference of him already having a violation of harassing her and stalking her prior to him even getting full custody of their daughter. I don't know why people do this. And the funny thing about it is we tend to see this more with women, but it's kind of alarming when we start to see this with men in this particular way, because normally the men that I know don't operate in this way, right? He's doing the most to try to, I guess, completely keep the child away from her. Don't even want her to have visitation, like that's just something that we normally hear men complain about, not necessarily the other way around. So let's see. Something said, not tater salad. I thought I was. Listen, I love my tater salad. What you mean? I am from Tennessee. Wow, Knoxville. This poor girl had no peace in her life. The alabaster box. Yeah, I mean, it's sad that she's experiencing that, right? Allegedly in Italy. Yeah, it is allegedly he's there, right? We don't necessarily know. I'm thinking the fiance still. Yes, I think so too. I'm going to give you my take. I really do think that the fiance has something to do with it. And clearly, I think that the fiance is working with the father. I don't know. Something's telling me that this guy is working with the father and that he probably even got with her just so he can keep tabs on her for the father. That's what I'm getting from it. But, like I said, that's just an assumption, not the truth. So let's go on.
to provide a timeline of events leading up to the discovery of Christina's body.
And when was the last time you just spoke with her?
Hold on, I'll tell you exactly. Last time I talked to her was 8:15 a.m. Outgoing call 10 minutes. She was on her way to a job interview.
After Christina went in for her interview, a couple of hours passed and Brad didn't get an update on how it went. He tried to call her, but she didn't answer. So he decided to go to her house to see if she was home.
Because normally when she leaves somewhere, she'll send me a text because I'm on my way back.
Wouldn't it?
And I didn't
It
hear
sure
from her.
would.
But at this point, I'm getting worried about where we are. I really don't know if I want to comment more. I want to help you, but if this is what I think it is.
That's fine.
The deputies respected Brad's wishes and the questioning stopped there. But he remained on the suspect list while they continued their investigation. Lead detective Sergeant Jared Sparkman wanted to confirm Christina's timeline, so they began gathering surveillance footage along her route that morning. At 8:34 a.m., Christina was captured entering the Valley Walk Animal Hospital to attend a vet technician job interview. The interview seemed to go smoothly and lasted about 10 minutes. Christina then left the clinic and headed home. At 9:07 a.m., she was captured arriving home by a Ring doorbell camera 3 doors down. The most crucial footage the detectives found was from the Ring camera directly across the street from Christina's house. At 9:15 a.m., the Ring camera is activated by a vehicle passing by. At that exact moment, a random person can be seen entering the front door of Christina's house. This door leads directly into the living room, where her body was discovered. From this footage, the detectives determined that the person entering the home was a white male with a slim stature, wearing a black bag, a gray sweatshirt, and black pants. With this description in mind, they continued searching around the neighborhood for more footage of the suspect. They were able to find footage of someone with the same build, on a bike, riding away from the scene at exactly 9:27 a.m. 12 minutes after the suspect entered Christina's house. In this footage, the individual was wearing a black sweatshirt, black pants, and a medical face mask. The suspect likely got blood all over their clothes while committing the crime. So although the biker was wearing a different sweatshirt than the person who entered the home, the detectives had a feeling that this was their guy. Then, 1 minute later, the same biker can be seen on another Ring camera. His slim stature is even more apparent. As the detectives got to know more about this mysterious suspect, they wondered if he was somehow connected to John. They discovered that John still had a property in Greenville County that somebody named Michael Manigault was employed to maintain. So they tracked down Michael and brought him in for questioning. They told him that they were looking into the death of Christina Parcell, and Michael responded by saying that his coworker told him all about her.
Tell me again how you heard about Christina.
A mutual friend of me and John, Zach Hughes, he said about a week and a half ago that Christina had
It
been
seemed like a
after
hitman.
that.
The man he's referring to is 28-year-old Zachary Hughes, an accomplished classical pianist. Back in 2021, right after Christina took Aida from Italy back to the United States, Zach went to Italy himself to visit John for 3 to 4 weeks. The two became closer than ever during this trip, and when Zach flew back to Greenville, he began helping with John's property maintenance.
How does Zachary get around? You said a old truck or something.
Get hold.
Now that could be a possibility with this new guy, because I find that strange. When the wife went to go get her daughter back, all of a sudden he uplifts this guy, Zach. He uplifts and he goes to Italy to visit this guy. So he stayed there for 3-4 weeks. I mean, that's not uncommon that people who go visit Europe or even Africa, when they go visit family members and friends and loved ones, they'll stay usually for a month, right? To actually enjoy spending time with them. That's what they do. So now it's just like wondering, what did he go there for? What did Zachary need from the guy that he had to go visit him for 3 to 4 weeks, as if that was a family member? We do see the connection there, that if Zachary was living in his property or taking care of his property like a manager for the household, while he was there in the States and the other guy was in Italy, it could be a possibility that he did ask him to do that or take care of that for him. But I do still find it very alarming that the boyfriend, the fiance, he automatically assumed that she was shot, and she wasn't shot. There weren't no bullet casings in the house or anything. There's not a bullet hole that they've seen in the walls or nothing like that when they went in to go check what was going on and to actually, look at the body, observe the body. In fact, they just seen her unconscious. They didn't even see that she was stabbed to death, but they smelled a chemical in the same room that she was laying at. So, yeah, it seems like she was stabbed multiple times, and the person who did that cleaned up the space very well with those chemicals that was freshly used, and they literally dipped off. So it is a twist. Yeah, it's a twisty one. I do still believe that the fiance have something to do with it, because there's certain things that he's saying, and especially how he's initially reacting. It doesn't seem like he really looked at her as a fiance. Like the way how he was talking to the police, to me, he was more like talking like she was like a family friend, not a fiance. So, but let's go on. Let's see what else they have to say.
Truck. He picked me up on some.
The detectives searched through South Carolina vehicle records and learned that Zach's truck was a gold Ford pickup. It turns out that on the day after Christina's death, an automatic license plate reader in downtown Greenville snapped a photo of Zach's gold truck. In the bed of the truck was the same black bike from the Ring camera footage. The detectives quickly obtained a search warrant for Zach's residence and went there with a team of deputies to execute it. When they arrived, they ordered Zach to come out with his hands up, and he calmly obliged.
Anybody else in the house? Yes, sir.
They escorted Zach to the back of a police cruiser, where he sat patiently while the search took place. Inside the home, they found a cardboard box containing a plethora of knives. Any one of these could have been the murder weapon, but every one of them was squeaky clean at this point. There was also a detached garage where they found the getaway bike in mint condition. Unfortunately, these two pieces of evidence alone didn't justify an arrest. So after taking a photo of Zach and collecting his phone and DNA, he was free to go. Getting into Zach's phone proved to be a difficult task because it had been locked with military-grade encryption software. They did eventually access it, but only partially. They were able to salvage bits and pieces of data, including 1,769 scrambled WhatsApp messages between him and John. In April of 2021, one text message from John to Zach said, "Harass shit of her 5-2. We can get the 864 out."
That's what I think, Moa. I
Rearranged,
do
the
believe
text
that.
provides Christina's phone number and says, "We can harass the shit out of her."
And the only reason why I think that the fiance is involved is because of two things. One, how did the hitman know where she lived at, right? And also, how did he know when she was going to go home or know her schedule? The only one who would actually really know her schedule would be the father of the child and the fiance. They're the real ones who will actually know her schedule, when she was going to be done with her job, and also be able to provide the address. So one of these two individuals will have to have given that man that address and her schedule that day to go to be able to do that. And then the only connection that that man supposedly have is with the father of the child. But let's go on. Let's go on. It seems like I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm really thinking that the fiance do have some involvement in this. He's not clear of this.
Of her. The next message from John said, "Buy a cheap dollar store burner phone." The day before the killing, the two had a phone call that lasted over 2 hours. And the last text exchange they ever had was on the day Christina was killed. John texted Zach, "How did that music research go?" Zach
Exactly,
replied,
John.
"Good,
Yes,
I'll
he
tell
did.
you over the phone." The detectives believed that music research was code for killing Christina. Later that afternoon, John and Zach had a phone call for 1 hour and 20 minutes. As for Zach's DNA, the crime lab compared it to the DNA found under Christina's fingernails. It was a match. With this new evidence, authorities rushed to Zach's house once again to arrest him. Still in his fancy suit, they brought him down to the station and into the interrogation room for questioning. However, just as they were about to begin, Zach's defense attorney advised him not to speak to the detectives. For now, he was taken to the Greenville County Detention Center and placed behind bars. He was charged with murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, harassment, conspiracy, and first-degree burglary.
So here we are. We have a true hitman. He already had a DA on site. He knew that he wasn't going to talk to these detectives. So he has money back behind him. Who do you think is funding him or even probably got that attorney for him? The child father. Child father did. But, I mean, he did what he was supposed to do, right?
Burglary.
Last year, I interviewed Zachary Hughes about a special Beethoven Sonata series he was working to perform. Now, the Greenville County Sheriff says Hughes is behind bars for a brutal, violent murder.
But I think it was more than obvious that he intended to kill her. And he went over there for that reason. And talking about the murder itself, it was very intentional, for sure. We don't know why. We don't know what his motive really was.
Zach's bond hearing took place on April 6th, 2022. His friends and family claimed that he was truly a good person, and since he was innocent until proven guilty, bond should be granted.
Zach lived with us for over 2 years. We talked with him every day. He was recruited to teach online, providing musical teaching to underprivileged children. This is the character of the man that we're talking about here today.
Never have I ever seen any tendency to violence in my son. He was a happy, joyful, energetic child, giving, tender-hearted, kind, patient. Zach doing something like this. Never any kind of hint of anything like.
I mean, I understand exactly what they're saying because you're going on the basis of your relationship with him. But you have never been placed in a position where you had to ask him to do something for you like this either. So you don't know how he's going to react to that. You also don't know that what Zach did, I'm sure he doesn't have any ill will, or he didn't have any natural ill will against this woman. He doesn't even know this woman. His whole connection to this woman would be from the child's father. The child's father had employed him before. He allowed him to stay in his home and, like rent out his home to him. He felt indebted to this man. This man looked out for him being somewhat of a struggling musician coach until he can get gigs and he could actually perform himself, right? Because we know that it depends on what type of gig you get and what type of spotlight, how good you are, whether if you get more gigs going forward or you get sponsored by the orchestra and things of that sort. Like that's how that things play out, right? Musicians, it's a beautiful life, but it's a hard life, right? That's a very hard career to deal with. You're competing with so many different people and you have to find a position where you can get something that is consistent. It's almost as similar as like being a contractor, pretty much, right? Or a freelance worker. It's all about what you do and it's all about your merit, right? So these are not jobs that give a lot of money. You usually have to do side jobs and side gigs to still, perform and play music beautifully the way that you want to. In this situation, even their testimony, I don't think it would necessarily work. If they allow this man to go home, it would be due to the fact that they do not believe that he is a flight risk. Usually that's why people have to stay and remain in jail until they actually see the judge, because it's been discussed that this person might potentially be a flight risk if we allow them to go home, right? Or somebody else might help them try to get away and not, see their day in court. I don't think he's a flight risk because he literally, when they came to come book him, the man came in a whole suit. He came in a whole suit. He was ready to just sit down and, he knew exactly what he needed to do. So I don't think he's running anywhere, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Bruce says he had an attorney on retainer. He did. They're all good people, right? Yeah, exactly. That's a front to hide his devious deeds. I agree with you. Absolutely. No connection to her, so they thought he could get away with it. Yes, that was a part of it. He take care of him and use him. Yes, I agree, Moa. Hi, Terry. Did you hear that? He taught underprivileged kids music. He should immediately be released and given to the key to the city. Move over, Dietrich Bonhoeffer. We have a new say it. Terry. Good one, Terry. Good one. Absolutely. Absolutely. The things that people use to outline someone's personality about what makes them of good character and what doesn't, it does kill me sometimes. Or to follow him and track his movements. He would head straight to Italy. That's a possibility too. Let's go on.
Yes.
The efforts from Zach's loved ones were ineffective. The judge believed that Zach's DNA being under Christina's fingernails was enough to consider him a danger to the community.
And that's what I wanted to explain. Like, even if y'all want to give y'all testimony about how great he was and he never showed signs of doing anything like that or capable of doing anything like that, there was no reasons why this man's DNA is found under this woman's fingernails. He doesn't know this woman. So why would his DNA be under her fingernails? And the simple fact that it's under her fingernails, that means that she was in defense. She was protecting herself. That's why she got his DNA under her fingernails. She's clawing him. She's trying to grab him to push her off her. That's why it's there. So unless you can explain that, you got to throw that out. You got to throw that out with the basket right there. And I'm glad that the judge is thinking like, wait a minute. I'm glad that you say that you have this whole great history about this man. He never did anything wrong. He taught music to the unprivileged, children and all the stuff like that, but his DNA shouldn't be under her nails. I'm glad that he said something about that. All right, let's go on.
I'm going to deny bond based on everything I've heard today. All right.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you very much.
Zach remained behind bars leading up to his trial, which began on February 11th, 2025. The prosecution kicked things off with a 7-minute opening statement, saying that Zach had injected himself into the custody battle between Christina and his good friend John. They didn't explain much further because they believed that the evidence would speak for itself.
You're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. And he committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Typically, this is when the defense would present their opening statement. However, they decided to hold off until the prosecution rested their case because they had something up their sleeve. The prosecution introduced several witnesses who were present at the scene, including medical examiner Claire Rose, who inspected Christina's injuries.
What jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your findings?
So I found that there were 35 struck force injuries to Ms. Purcell.
They also brought Tina Parcell to the stand to describe the tumultuous custody battle between Christina and John, illustrating just how ugly things had gotten between them. Family law attorney Vanessa Cormelo, who represented Aida during the custody dispute, said she believed John would have done anything to keep Christina separated from Aida.
What findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Aida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, hundreds and hundreds of emails. This was the worst case I've ever worked on. I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court asking for a psychological evaluation of him.
After 31 witness and expert testimonies, the prosecution rested their case. It was finally the defense's turn to present their opening statement, and they had some unexpected news for the jury.
Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. So what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice? It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's not malice, and that's not murder. Thank you.
During Zach's testimony, he admitted to sending out the parcels that implied Christina was an.
So wait, you mean to tell me, did the defense attorney state that this woman had the right to be unalive due to what the child father had explained to Zachary about her, and that it was a endangerment situation with the child? Did I hear that correctly? Because I hope that's not the route that he wanted to take, because then he really did actually screw his client. There is no excuse to murder someone, right? The only time a reasonable excuse to unalive someone is in self-defense, or even self-defense of others. At this particular time, the child's father was not in danger of his life. Even the daughter was not in danger of her life. He had a history of stalking and harassing this woman when she had full custody of the daughter. He won full custody of the daughter in court and still harassed that woman after winning full custody. Then he uprooted his daughter without notifying the mom, without notifying the courts, to Italy, where she had to get the courts involved to bring her daughter back to the States. And then from there, she lost her life by it seeing a young hitman who was, pretty much doing a favor to a longtime family friend who has been helping him this whole entire time. With all that information, who do you think the child is more endangered with? The mother who lost her life, or the reckless father? The father is the one that is reckless here. He's the one that endangered his daughter numerous of times. Even the fact that he wanted to set his mother of his child up and say that she's a streetwalker or a escort, putting that information out there, sending it to people, right? Throwing it up on social media. What do you think that would affect the household or the environment of a daughter being raised? He did not once. He wasn't really even thinking about his daughter. He was thinking about punishing the mother. Though that's what this is all about. It wasn't about the daughter. So I don't know why he took that route. And for him to even want to just talk about murder, talking about has to have malice in it. No, it doesn't. So many people die every single day, and it doesn't have to do with anything that's personal or having malice against another individual. But let's go on. Bruce said, isn't that kidnapping? It is kidnapping. It is. The mom didn't put butter on the pancakes. Unacceptable. She's got to go. The lawyer sounds ridiculous. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. Oh, where Miss Jalen? Don't worry. I'll reach out to her. She could be sleeping, but I'll reach out to her. Let's go on. Let's see what else they have to say about this.
Escort. He also described killing Christina in complete chilling detail.
I laid my bike down in the driveway. I took a bunch of roses and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her and I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house. When I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I was hesitating, and she began to try to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. All I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. So I just kept striking her and striking her. I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground. And I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face. And of course I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it, and I put it in the backpack. I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason.
Zach's reasoning for committing such a horrific crime stems all the way back to his childhood.
I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand that people like this exist. If you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again.
Zach went on to explain that while hanging out with John, John told him about the custody battle and described the type of person that Christina was.
Point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace.
So he's trying to say that he took out his anger and his frustration on this woman because she showed traits, or he believed that she had the same traits as his god-awful sister. That doesn't make any sense. Your sister and this woman are not the same individual. You wasn't raised with your victim. You know nothing of your victim but what a man that she had a toxic marriage that she had to get a divorce from, and a toxic battle with child custody. That you only know what he told you. So here you are, you seem like you're a logical man. You understand, you have some sense in you. You well spoken. You know that when someone tells you what they're going through, of course they're only going to narrate it from their point of view. And that there's literally three sides to the story. It's his story, her story, and then it's the whole truth. So you want to use that as an excuse for you to be like, you know what? She sounds just like my sister. So I felt like I had to do this for him. That doesn't make any sense. Because again, you wouldn't even know about her story unless he was telling you about her story. And then on top of that, why did you go over and stay 3 weeks with him in Italy? So this, even again, that's not even random. You know what that shows? That shows that you premeditated to unalive this woman. Now, you had a history with this guy. They said that they had a lot of email and messages, over 1,400 messages that you shared with this individual. I'm sure he was telling you a whole bunch of things in reference of his custody battle with this woman. So anything that you did afterwards was premeditated. It was premeditated. But I think that he's willing to throw himself under the bus to keep the father of the child safe. Because like I said, he did this as if he owed him. And he think that the sanity plea is going to work too. It's not. It's not. You was a full state conscious in mind. You wasn't insane. You knew exactly what you was doing. Flower said, it's his sister's fault. Hi, Cindy. How are you? Happy Sunday. Happy Father's Day. Always someone else's fault when they get caught. I agree. Hey, Miss Jalen, how are you? Yeah, you had Sean Wiggins and them was up in here acting about you. They were like, where Miss Jalen? But did he unalive his sister? I think not. Exactly my point, Sean. So all this anger and hatred towards his eviling sister, who probably picked on him and bullied him and said horrible things about him because she was the bigger sister and he was the little brother, right? You have all this anger for what you dealt with growing up in the same household with this woman, but I bet you she is still alive today. But the woman who have done nothing to you, and you have only heard a story from a bitter baby daddy who wasn't able to keep this woman trapped in a marriage with him, she's not here. She ain't do nothing to you, but she's not here. It's sad. It's really sad. We got to do better. Y'all can't, that's not an excuse. I would not consider it an excuse if it's on the other side of the foot. I would not allow women to get away with that. So I'm not going to allow you to get away with that. Absolutely not. Let's go on. Let's hear this bull BS that he has to say.
Both John and Zach were on the same page. Christina was a danger to Aida. John then asked Zach if he would kill Christina for $5,000. Zach immediately and unequivocally declined this offer, so John raised it to $10,000.
I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcel's life.
As the months passed, John kept Zach updated on the custody dispute.
But see, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't make any sense, right? Because if the mother was such a danger to the daughter, you knew that there was eventually going to be an investigation on this woman's death. You knew that even though you try to clean it up as best as possible so nobody would know what happened, if it came down to it, they was going to find out that it was you. You are now telling them that the man even tried to pay you. He tried to pay you to take his ex-wife out. How do you think by unaliving this woman and then you now stating that not only did this man try to pay you, but you said, no, I'm not going to take the money. I have morals. I'm not going to take the money to unalive this woman, but I need a clear example that this woman is a danger to the daughter. How do you think that was going to help this young girl? You think they're not going to go after this guy? Or do you think he's safe because he's in a different country? He ain't safe. Not with an American passport, he ain't. He's not safe. So he's going to literally have to deal with this situation just as much as you, which, guess what? Leaves the girl without any parents now. So here you are trying to put yourself on a high horse, trying to make yourself seem like you have such moral fiber, but you left this girl without any parents. She has to be raised by family members who actually love her and can take or afford that responsibility now. She has to get a lifetime of treatment for trauma that you inflicted on her, whether you want to believe it or not, that her own father inflicted on her. How can you sit up here and fix your face as if you did something good for this girl? You didn't. You wanted to help the man, and that's what you did. You helped him, and I'm sure you still got paid. even though you're not telling the courts that. You sure you still did get paid? You still got paid. Let's see. Sean said, does he think he's helped him? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He really does. He thinks that I'm God. I was able to fix the situation. I'm God. That it was in my ability to do it. So he's a good guy underneath the psycho killer. This is what he thinks to believe. I don't know. Maybe he watched a little bit too much Dexter, right? We love Italy over here. Dad's coming home, buddy. Right. 10,000. Right, exactly, Carla. Like he still had gotten the money. He still gotten the money. He didn't do it for free. No matter how much he's trying to play like he did. He didn't. He did it for the money as well. The mental damage to this girl is far worse than any physical mommy could have inflicted. I agree. And it's not like the mother was literally pimping her daughter out to become an escort. You have no proof of that. None. You have no proof that she was doing pretty much pushing her out off or onto other men, telling her not to go to school and oh, you're gonna hang out with Uncle Ralph today, and she never met Uncle Ralph in her life. Like these are not the stories that you have any proof of happening. And then here's the thing too, if the mother used to, right, because that's what the whole letters were, the mom used to be a escort. I don't believe it's true, but this is what the father sent out or had him sent out to her co-workers, to her family, to her community. He sent all of those letters out to everyone, right? To damage this woman's reputation in her community, on a job. The reason why she lost her job is because you sent that letter to the job saying that she used to be an escort. But even if that's the case, let's say she did. She's not an escort anymore. And she probably wasn't an escort after she became a mother and after she got married. So again, the father had no problem marrying a escort and making her the mother of his child. So why is it a problem now? Why is it a problem now? It wasn't a problem before. If she was an escort, you knew that she was an escort. You went there and you bought her. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Sometimes I really don't think that some individuals don't really pay attention or listen to the things that they say or come out their mouth. You cannot shame an escort for her profession if you get service from that profession. You are no better than the one who provides you a service if you go looking for that service. And I stand 10 toes down on that. But let's go on.
Dispute and how Aida was doing. Eventually, Zach learned a twisted secret behind Christina and Aida's relationship and felt that he had to do something about it. He first sent out the envelopes, but essentially nothing came of that. So he resorted to killing Christina.
As soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruct him to be quiet. Okay, you need to stop talking.
This may seem like a baseless accusation, but there is some vital context that might make you think otherwise. At the beginning of this investigation, Brad allowed the detectives to search his phone so they could rule him out. What they ended up discovering was something they never would have expected. The contents of Brad's phone indicated that he and Christina weren't just physically abusive, they were abusive in other ways as well. Brad received 7 charges related to these findings. Zach claims that he knew about Christina and Brad's dark secrets, and that he killed Christina in order to protect Aida. But it's important to note two things. The first is that the Greenville County Sheriff's Office found no evidence that Zach knew about these secrets before killing Christina, so they claimed that there was no way this could have been the motive. The second thing to note is that Brad is still awaiting trial for his charges, so his crimes are technically just allegations. This is why Zach was not allowed to reference them during his testimony, and why the jury was instructed not to consider Zach's comments. After Zach's unwelcome comments, the judge ruled to hold Zach in contempt and gave him 6 months jail time for his outbursts in court. They wrapped up for the day, and that same afternoon, John, who had come back to Greenville following Christina's death, was arrested at his home for soliciting Christina's murder. At his bond hearing, Tina had the opportunity to speak to John directly. The tone in her voice can be described with 2 words: pure hatred.
You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family.
John was initially denied bond, but a circuit court hearing was scheduled to determine whether he would be granted a bond or be held in jail until his trial. The next day, it was the prosecution's turn to cross-examine Zach. They didn't want Zach to have another opportunity to say things that the jury wasn't supposed to hear, so they decided to ask Zach just one question.
Mr. Hughes, when you dragged Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor.
During closing arguments, the prosecution claimed that Zach was lying to himself when he said his actions weren't malicious. The defense drilled in the notion that even though Zach admitted to killing Christina, that does not mean he is guilty of murder. They said that he had zero hate in his heart and only killed her as a last resort to save Aida.
That defense, I don't know what the hell that defense attorney team is thinking. You are literally trying to make an argument that he was in his right to unalive Christina because he was afraid of the well-being of his daughter. Sir, that is not your daughter. If anything, that would have made sense if the father had to do that with his bare hands. But no, he was a punk and he sent you to do it while he stayed safe in Italy, in another country. You cannot make the argument that he was in his right to do, quote unquote, be a vigilante to save this girl when he had no connection to to Christina, the wife, the ex-wife. You have no connection to the girl. Your only connection is with this guy. And you was already put in a position where you was benefiting from this guy already. He put you up in his own house. You didn't even get help from your own family members, right? You wasn't living with your mom. You wasn't living with your dad. You was living in another grown man's house, his property. That's not going to cut it because you already had a beneficial relationship with that man. So anybody with a smart mind, even the jury, would know that you felt indebted to that man, and that's why it's a hitman situation, and that's why you was willing to take that woman out for your relationship and the financial support you was getting from that man. It has nothing to do with moral fiber. It has nothing to do with the endangerment of a child. That's bullcrap. Your DA is trash, sir. That was the worst ever because that was not the last resort. How could that be the last resort? If you had text messages that the fiance and Christina was abusing your friend's daughter, you're still in the States. You could have called the cops, especially if you had that information. You could have called the cops. You could have went down to the police station and gave them those text messages and say, I think you need to really reconsider of her having custody of the guy, of the child. I know that my friend did something wrong by uprooting the child without letting the courts know, without informing the mom. I understand he was wrong in doing that, but look what the daughter's going through. You could have done that. That was no last resort. And for him to even try to paint the picture that that was the last resort is to kill the mother is ridiculous. You and the father shows how dangerous you are. Y'all, not only are you a threat to that child, you're a threat to your community, you're a threat to society, because if it starts with this, what else have y'all done where you have unalived or took someone's life because you felt that it was your obligation to do it? This must have not been your first rodeo, Zachary. How many other situations have you taken care for the guy before outside of this wife? Come on, please. Please. Like, stop it. Stop it. The DA should be ashamed of himself. He should be ashamed of himself. Bruce says the thing about it is, did they even ask the girl, or she felt in danger outside of looking in, doesn't tell that? Right, exactly. And that's another thing too. So you have these text messages, apparently that it was abuse that was happening from the fiance and the mother, but where is the testimony of the daughter? The daughter seemed like she's old enough where she could even speak to police herself or even stand trial if she really wanted to, right? She looked like she's a preteen, probably a teenager, 14, 15 years old from what I see. She could have had expressed if she didn't want to live with her mother, something was going on with her mother, or her fiance was touching her or being inappropriate with her when the mother wasn't there, and she felt that the mom wasn't doing anything or was vouching for the fiance, saying that she's lying or she's making up things, or even trying to say, oh, is this something that your father is putting you up to say to try to ruin my relationship? Those things happen. I'm not going to be biased and say that those things don't happen. We have seen those things happen too, right? But this last resort is, oh, I had to take her out. No, that's what you wanted to do. You wanted to do a favor, and it is what it is. You're not fooling nobody. You're not fooling nobody. Sean said, what? Not guilty of murder? Exactly, Sean. Like, you got to be kidding me. Flower said, I still don't know who the killer is to this family. He's just a friend, a family friend. He's just a family friend. They keep going back to say the daughter. Yeah, like, I don't know. So everybody else in the family didn't know that all this was going on. He said it involves a kid. We all know what MJ finds on. Yeah, you know how I get, Sean. I'm sorry. It is unacceptable. They were lovers, whether they say it or not. They were lovers. The way he's acting, I would totally agree. He's acting like he was a lover, like they had more of a closer relationship than just actually being friends. It seemed like he confided in this man as a confidant. Now the daughter without both parents, how is that saving her? Exactly. How is that saving her? It's not. It's not. They saved her from her escort mother. Come on. Yeah, exactly. Let's go on. This DA is trash, though. But I'm glad he had a trashy DA because it's not going to fly.
Does a person who kills another person with the intent to save an innocent child have evil in their heart? I would suggest to you that your common sense would tell you no. And that person who killed another to save an innocent child is not a murderer. I would ask that you return a not guilty verdict. Thank you very much.
It was now time for jury deliberations, and after less than 3 hours, they had their verdict.
As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Following the verdict, Zach seemed to hold back tears as his father gave an impact statement.
My son, he has such a strong moral compass and a desire for the truth that sometimes he actually hurts himself. He would quote Edmund Burke on this. The only thing necessary for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Thank you, Your Honor.
Zach was also given an opportunity to speak, but chose not to. The judge then handed down his sentence.
Zach David Hughes, indictment for murder. You're to be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life.
Zachary Hughes is currently serving his sentence at the Kirkland Correctional Institution in South Carolina. John Mello is currently in custody and has not entered a formal plea to his charges. And as for Bradley Post, he is currently being held at the Greenville County Detention Center, awaiting his trial.
That one disturbed me. It really did. The audacity of I mean, I understand parents love their children. I get it. I get it. I get it. But how dare you say that you are proud of your son for being a cold-hearted killer who took a mother away from her child off of his issues that he couldn't get over with by being bullied by his older sister, your other child. How dare you? That's sickening. So you don't even care that you took a mother, a sister, a daughter away from another family? You don't care that your granddaughter, or well, matter of fact, not your granddaughter, but you don't care that your son took away someone's granddaughter? You want to just say, I'm proud of you because he's always been, spearheaded and he always knew what he wants and what he wanted to do and his morals, and he always stood by his morals is shit. If he thinks that he has the right to unalive someone off of somebody else's story, and this person haven't done anything to you, this person have not harmed nobody in your family, has not threatened nobody in your family, this woman did nothing to you, you had no right to stab that woman and take that woman away from her family and her child. Your morals is crap. And shame on the father. Shame on the father for saying something like that. You could have said, I love you, son. And I know we all make bad choices and decisions, but I am proud that you are willing to stand up today and take your consequences. That's what you were supposed to say as a father, not tell him you're proud of him for taking someone's life. How insensitive that is. How insensitive to that other woman's family. Whew. Ooh, about to get me fired up. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Unbelievable. Yes, I agree, Flower. That's truly unbelievable. He is. He was completely an enabler. Now we see where he gets it from. Who made you judge, jury, and executioner? Who? Who gave you that right? It wasn't the fiance. The fiance is locked up because apparently he could have been touching the young girl. Oh, how are you doing, Robert? Thank you for coming. Happy Father's Day. And thank you for your compliment. Dad is a psycho too. Yeah, I agree. And talked about his wonderful moral compass after he murdered a woman. Like you cannot make this up, right? You for no reason. You can't make this up. We heard it in real time. We heard that in real time. Like the live and click the thumbs. Yes, thank you so much, Bruce. Crazy Sickle. Wonder how his dad stayed out of prison. I have no clue. Dad needs to be investigated too. Is the mom still alive? Yeah, she's still alive, but I don't know. I really just don't know. Lord, Jonathan, I'm gonna have to time you out for that comment. Don't be talking about popping no titty out. I don't know where you at. This ain't the strip club. Sorry, can't help you. Sean said, Chad, I'm not a racist, but at times not the Nancy Grace. Sean, you a hot mess. Thank you for the compliment, but that's funny. Oh, I needed that, Sean. Thank you so much. I really did need that because I was getting heated in the moment and I was about to get fired up. So you just brought me back to calmness. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, so let's go on. I have other cases, guys. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Truly appreciate it. Again, it helps the channel. It keeps me in the algorithm. So please hit the like button, or if you can hit the I don't like button, it is what it is. It still helps, right? And if you share this out, share it out to anyone who likes these immersive conversations that we have in the chat. I know some of you ladies and gents have already seen these videos from these great content creators. Shout out to Beyond Evil, shout out to Stay Awake, and also shout out to Red Tree Stories. Those are my 3 favorite channels that do video essays on these crimes. So you can go ahead and check it out yourself. I just like to have a review with them. So please, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. I really do. Thank you so much. Hi, Lana. How are you? Happy Saturday and happy Father's Day. All right. So the next case that I have for you good folks is about a cop. So apparently a cop may have unalived his girlfriend's new boyfriend. And I wanted to see how this played out. This is the interrogation. It's sad when some individuals, destroy their lives over people who wouldn't even, go to bat for you, right? And it's usually like that in these type of, situations where a toxic relationship goes sour and one person can't give it, can't let it go, can't let it rest, right? Most of the time that person would not do half of what you're doing to try to get back in their good graces and stuff. So, you need to let things lie where they lie. But here we go. Let's go and pull this up, shall we?
Officer Lionel Marchetti. Lionel is about to be interrogated by the Plant City, Florida Police Department after he shot and killed his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend.
Lionel, where'd you go to school at? Did you go to high school around here or in California?
California. I went to Urban Day High School, Catholic school.
You college after that?
Went to University of Southern California. And I went to Hampton Institute. I got drafted by the San Antonio Spurs in 1981. Didn't make the team. Went to Mexico for a couple of years. Came back. Worked as a security
Michael,
guard.
how are you?
And
Happy
got into
Father's Day.
security
Shout out to Germany.
management, and then during that time I went to part-time police academy, got my certification, got married, had kids, got divorced, moved out here. She followed me out here, then she moved back. We've been together since 1998. We've had our ups and downs. She's kicked me out 3 times. This time, actually, I just decided, to move because I just couldn't cope anymore. Just the way she was treating me, and I just didn't see a future. But the thing is that we were still linked by the house, and I still talked to her, and she still called me, and I was doing some work on her website. And just that I'm straightforward. I don't hide things. I don't lie to people. I was headed to go fishing, and I forgot my bucket and my folding chair. My folding chair is in my old office. I should have never been there. I should have never been there. I could have just got another fucking bucket.
On March 25th, 2010, Lionel's ex-girlfriend wanted to remove some of her belongings from the home they once shared. She brought her boyfriend with her to lend a hand. When Lionel saw them together, it filled him with rage, so he shot him 4 times. After he was dead, Lionel called the police and waited for them to arrive.
Doing well, sir. Happy Father's Day to you.
When I go fishing, I don't even eat the fucking fish.
Welcome back, Leo.
So you ready to go fishing? You went by the house real quick to get the bucket?
Just to get that. They were just stupid,
Oh, man. So, this is terrible, right? This is really terrible. Because here's a man who he threw away his life and his career over jealousy. over jealousy. And this is why I'm going to also preach about men's mental health, okay? Guys, please go get help, all right? You cannot be out here throwing your life away for foolishness like this. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It really isn't. Let a year go by, you ain't even gonna remember Shorty name, her last name. All right? You cannot be throwing your life away over this. Like for him to be that much enraged where he just pulls out his weapon and go off on the guy when she's going to pick up the rest of her things. He had built up anger prior to that, and he took it out on this other gentleman. Please go get mental health. This is crazy. You got to get mental health. Southern said, people going nuts. Yeah. Flower says, jealousy is a beast. It is. Sean said he shot him 4 times. Yes, he did. Southern says, don't feel bad for him, NJ. He made the decision over absolutely nothing. You know, I would just say I'm sympathetic, right? Because when it comes down to police officers, law enforcement, and the armed forces, military, those 2 career fields, they suffer the most from suicides, domestic violence, and homicides from a partner. In those career fields, the people that's in those career fields, they take their work home with them a lot. They don't know how to take the uniform off and become regular Sean or regular Derek all over again, right? Because they know how to switch right back into the mindset that they need to be to stay alive and stay safe on the job. They have to do more by taking their mental health seriously. Now, both of these career fields offer counseling, free counseling to them. It's even a part of their job that they have to go and probably touch base with a psychiatrist just to see how they're doing and how they're reacting with all the things that they have to experience, see, and all that, right? But they have to do more outside of that. They just can't do their annual checkup. They have to get help. They have to get help. No, Southern, it's not excuse. It's not excuse. I'm just being realistic that is a part of it. But at the end of the day, they do make the decisions that they make, right? And I'm definitely not saying that they're not supposed to deal with the consequences for it. But you gotta stop. This has to stop.
Take time.
What happened when you got there?
You know, you hear things, you see things, you interpret things, you ask questions, you know. I always ask you, what is it with you and this guy? And since we moved there,
he should,
always come around when I wasn't there. And, neighbors sneakered about it. Hey, see this white truck all the time. I'm like, all right, so I asked her, well, yeah, he bought a dog from her. And something happened to the dog. She replaced it. He's a plumber.
I mean, I kind of agree with that, Flower. I want to stop for a minute. She said that, yes, he was totally wrong, but she was a nasty woman to bring him there. Like, I say it's nasty on both sides, really, because she could have had came with someone else, right? But she probably came, she probably brought him for protection, or it could have been something heavy and that she needed help with. And he's a, strappy guy he could have helped her with. But then also obviously he has had to be in communication with this woman for him to, allow her to come and get her stuff. So you knew that she was coming. You knew that she was coming with someone. She didn't want to be in your household by herself with just you. You could have, you could have had excused yourself. You could have even got one of your buddies to come there, you know what I'm saying, to be a witness, to make sure that everything's good. There were so many other steps that could have been taken. So like I said, I'm definitely somewhat in agreement with you, Flower. He should have had just thought. No, not Derek. No stalking. Don't push stalking. Don't push the stalking. He knew she was coming to get her belongings. He went back because he knew she would be there. Maybe he watched them pull up to his house. That's a possibility. She must have been feared him to bring her boyfriend. Yeah, I think so. All cops are usually in denial about character flaws. That's I say most people do. Most people are in denial about character flaws. I've heard from different women a lot of police officers are abusive, physically especially. Yes, that's what I said. They have high DV rates. High DV rates. Super high.
He does handiwork. He lost his job. But it was just odd. And just the way they behaved around me. I don't know. It just started going. And every time I asked her a question, it's none of your business, or she would just lie. And I lost it. I lost it. It's just like I saw this son, and I asked him, why are you at the house again? He's supposed to have a girlfriend, but he spends more time in my house than his. And I just left because I had some urgent things to do.
The Sunday?
Yeah. And then, today I go, there he is, just walking out of the house like he owned it, and I just lost it. And I lost it, and, it was really fucked up because today I bought the holster, and I've been carrying it in the trunk. I always kept, even when I got my permit, I had a case, kept it in the trunk. It just stupid.
Where was it today? Like even the truck, where was it today?
It was on the car seat.
Okay. Along with the carrying case or the holster too?
I know the holster, I had it on.
Oh, you had it on? You normally have it on? Or
no, I was just trying to get used to having it. I normally don't even carry it. I mean, the only time I actually carry the gun is when I go downtown. Because I have this little side business where I do web hosting, and I park downtown to go up to the telecom building, and it's scary, And that was one of my biggest concerns. And that was it. That was the only reason, But it just, I picked it up today, and I put it on my way just to get used to it, and, my gut is so big, it was uncomfortable. It wasn't comfortable. So I put the gun into the seat. I read that pamphlet on the weapon where it's, you got to keep it on you or near you, and I just stuck it under the seat. And, I just said I pulled up. I saw her coming out. I put it in park, and I was just going to go, and tell her I'm going to go in and get the chair. And then I saw him walking out, and
Yeah, I would agree, Southern. He just admitted it, actually. Let me pause it. He just admitted it, that he just lost control. He said that wasn't the first time that the guy came to his house. So that means it was a couple of days where she was moving her things out of the house and the guy was there. So the first time he did it, he was already aggravated, right? So when he saw him in the house again, and he kind of looked at it as like he's just walking around in my place like he owned it and just grabbing stuff like he could just walk in him out, he snapped. But, what he's trying to explain to the detectives is that the new gun the gun that he had was something new. He just bought a new holster for the gun, and then he had it under his his seat of his car. So my thing is, when did you pull it out, right? Did you shoot him from the car, or did you actually walk up to him and shoot him? Maybe he'll go on and tell us that, because either way, by him explaining that he already had frustration or some form of animosity against this guy for being in his house before, and he's wondering why is he here, it's the possibility that they could get him for first-degree murder, unless he says that, the guy and him had an argument, the guy got in his face, then it will be second degree. But I think that's what they're really trying to figure out now. That's why they're having him spill his guts. And I don't see him necessarily lying at this point. He's not lying. He's being very truthful, and he's startled because he's like, oh shit, I done really fucked up my whole life right now. He feeling it now. He's feeling it actually, because you remember, he's the type of person who's probably on the other side of the window viewing these interrogations, and now him actually being there, it's a different type of feeling. It's a different type of feeling. Well, let's go on.
So when you saw him walking out, did you just get angry? I mean, were you just upset?
I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know. Yeah.
Did she say anything to you when you walked out, or did you say anything to her or him?
She was standing right in front of me, and she said, well, I think she said you were going to Miami. And I said, yeah, I was. And I am. I mean, that was the plan. And after that, it's just, it all happened so fast, and...
Was he still inside?
Definitely agree with that, Southern.
No,
definitely.
he was outside on the patio.
He'd already walked out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happens next? I know you say you lost it, and you can go slow if you want to, but...
he was laying on the ground, man, bleeding and gasping for air.
Okay. How did he get that way?
Oh.
So part of this process, Lionel, is, and I know it's hard for you, okay, is to take it step by step, and if you need time, that's fine. But,
that's true.
We need to hear what happened, okay? Because the only thing we know is what we see, and we don't know how it gets that way. You understand what I'm saying? I believe you all do. I believe you're sorry.
Oh my God!
But like I said, we have to get the truth out here.
The gentleman is dead.
I understand that, but it's our job to figure out how he got that way. Okay. And unfortunately, right now, you're the only one that can tell us that. So we know that you go there to get a chair, okay? We know that your gun is under the front seat, the front driver's seat, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You get out of the car, you have the gun holster around your waist, but the gun's not in there, it's underneath the front driver's seat.
I put it in my back pocket.
Okay. So you get out of the driver's seat, you pull in the driveway, you get out of the driver's seat, and you plan on going inside just to get a bucket or a chair, is that correct? Go fishing.
The chair, the bucket was in
the house?
No, it was on the side of the house.
Side of the house, okay. And as you get out, you see her, and what's her first name?
Bella is a hot
Comes out,
mess.
and then you see him walk out of the house behind her.
She walks out.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with you, Bruce. Not remorseful.
I go into the patio, and I'm telling him I'm going to get my chair. And then I see him walking out with the dog. He's like, he owned the house, and I shouldn't have been there. I shouldn't have been there.
Lionel was a hoarder. He hated letting things go, even if they no longer served a purpose. His home was filled with the things he collected over the years that he had no use for. Lionel had been dating his girlfriend for over 10 years, and when he saw another man taking her away from him, he couldn't stand the thought of losing her.
At that point, did he say anything at all?
It looked like he was raising his hand, or I don't know what he was doing with his right hand. I couldn't tell. But I just reacted,
How'd you react?
I reached in my back pocket, and the only thing I can remember after that, he was just laying there. And then I ran over and got her and I said, look, we gotta get help. And that's when got the house phone, and then she was trying to use her phone, and her phones, the cell phones never work in the house. We're running back and forth. We got to get the dogs in the house so we can try to help them. Then I'm calling and I'm asking her to help me. I'm trying to tell paramedics what's going on. And she's running off to the fucking gate, and I'm trying to get her to help me, and she just keeps going on and on. And
so you say you reach back into your back pocket. What's in your back pocket?
Oh, God. You know what was in my back pocket.
You told me the gun was under the front seat.
Yes.
Okay, so what's in your back pocket?
My back pocket was my gun.
Okay, so the gun wasn't under your front seat, it was in your back pocket?
When I drove to the house.
So he was a hoarder. He was a hoarder. And he didn't know how to clean up after himself, or at least tidy up his stuff. That could be probably the reason why she no longer wanted to be in a relationship with you. And then he do show signs that he would kind of get aggressive, verbally, if anything, with the woman. Yeah, I'm not buying it. So you just got caught in a lie. You said that the gun was under your seat in your car. You had the gun with you the whole entire time. You said that you was looking for a seat. You wanted to sit down and watch what they were doing in your house. What triggered you is because you seen the guy coming out with your dog. Like you thought that now all of a sudden he was taking control of your possession, your dog. Nah, I'm not buying it. I know he's gonna try to use PTSD and stress and all that stuff like that, but I don't necessarily think it's gonna work, because just with the little bit about what he's saying, you sat down, you thought about it, and you thought about shooting this man, right? You thought about shooting this man because you looked at this man as he was literally taking your place. You looked at this man that he was pretty much about to live the life that you thought that you was gonna live with this woman. So that's what stemmed for your anger with this man. Not because you got in an argument with this guy, not because he confronted you, not because he said some slick, whatever to you or anything of that sort. His existence bothered you because you no longer had you no longer had access really to that girl anymore. And once she got all her items out of that house, you completely had no access to her. So without access, you don't have control, right? And since that's one of the things that stems with hoarders, they don't really even care about the items that they're storing away and leaving all over the place. They have a possession type of situation with them. It's all about possession, really. That's mine. I own it. I control it. They don't really care about the items that they're hoarding. It's just the fact that it's their stuff. If you ever seen one of the hoarders shows, when they show how they're trying to clean out the house for the hoarders so they can start a new life, how touchy, how irritated they get, how angry they are. They be like, oh, that's my thing, and that's my stuff. Don't touch that. And I needed that. And I was saving that for this amount of time. I'm gonna get back to being a size 2. Leave my dress alone. That's a good dress. Knowing that they haven't touched that dress in 20 years, they don't want to let it go because it's quote unquote the sentimental value about the dress. But the only sentimental value that they really have about that dress is that they bought it. And it's theirs, and they believe nobody has the right to take it. That's how usually it plays with hoarders. They really do not care about any of the stuff that they are hoarding in their house. Because if they really did, then they wouldn't be hoarders, they would be collectors. Those things would be like how the guys who collect their action figures, they don't even take them out the box. They don't even take them out the plastic, right? The ones who collect baseball cards or Pokemon cards and stuff like that. They don't even take them out the plastic. Some of them get those things laminated, right? Ones who collect the little miniature toy cars, you name it. Collectors preserve those things. They don't even be wanting people to touch their stuff. You're just supposed to look at it like it's a damn museum and keep it moving. Don't touch my shit. That's how they feel. A hoarder is completely different. They don't even take care of the stuff that they're hoarding. It'll be all over the place. It'll be messy. It'll be dusty. It'll be dirty. It'll have things spilt on it. And they just care. Don't touch my stuff. Let it stay there. It's completely different. Sean said, I fish. When you're going fishing, you make sure you have everything when you leave. She asked, when are you leaving? He knew she was coming. Yeah, exactly. He knew. He made it his business to be there. I try to pay bills on time, but on the bright side, my shoes are blue. Flower. She said, Bruce, I don't scare me like walking on eggshells with my mouth and thoughts. I know I would be getting a few black eyes. Oh, no, Southern. It is what it is. It's better to be, to be honest and truthful. He knew they were coming. Yes, he did. He knew they were coming. He knew. Getting swollen, the man boobs, cussing and carrying on. He was watching, all right, nursing that jealousy. Yes, he was. I agree. Oh, that's for Bruce. Okay. All right, let's go on. Oh, no, there's some more. Hold on. He already planned to do it. If I can't have you, no one can. Right, I agree. I think that's exactly what it was. He knew the detective knew he was lying. He said, you knew the gun was in my back pocket. Yeah, exactly, Carla. You caught that, didn't you? They get highly upset. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Brucey. Definitely. I told y'all them New Balances let us know he has serious issues. So then leave the New Balances alone. Leave the New Balances alone. MJ is a size 3. She let us know she'd be a size. No, Derek, absolutely not. I ain't not no size 3. Absolutely not. No. Bruce said, right. They just have to have them. The more stuff they have, the more they want. Yes, I agree. So they said they nutty as hell. OJ, oh my God. I'm about to send you to the corner, Belle. I'm going to send you to the corner. Let's go on.
The gun was under the seat. It was in my back pocket because if you look at my car, you notice that my seat, because
Big guy.
Okay. The springs burst, so I'm sitting on this Hubble thing. So even my wallet, if I put it in my pocket, it hurts my ass. Use my language.
Okay.
So I didn't have it in my back pocket while I was driving there.
Okay. So before you get out of the car, you get it from underneath the seat and put it in your back pocket. Is that what you're saying?
I had my cell phone on the side. I grabbed my cell phone, stuck that in my pocket. I reached underneath, got it, and put it in my back pocket.
And when you say you mean the gun,
the gun, and I got out of the car. And I closed the door. She was coming up. And I said, I got to get my chair in the back room. She was like going towards the kennels. And thanks.
Yeah, see.
I'm just trying to describe how I was moving.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But she went, the truck, okay, my car's right here. All right, that's his truck, the water. My car's right here. I walked around here. There's the door, okay, the side door. She comes around one of the dogs. She moves by his truck, behind his truck and my car. And says, I'm going to go in and get my chair. And then I just turned, I looked at her, and then I closed my eyes, see him coming out of the house, and I'm like, and then I just went towards him.
Well, we're here just to get the truth, man, okay? I'm not here to try to put words in your mouth. And we're here to listen to what you have to say.
But I'm trying to tell you that things move fast, and they're sketchy, and I'm trying to just recall things as they happen. It may sound silly that we're so reasoned. But, in 2 hours, my life has changed from not ever being in handcuffs other than during training, than sitting here and answering it as a fucking homicide. And that's just that. It's just that that's that.
That's true.
Okay.
Let me jump forward a little bit, okay? And the deputy arrives on scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Short female?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you tell her when she first gets there? Do you remember? Do you have the gun on you?
Yeah, it was in my back pocket, and I, because the dispatcher wanted me to take it and put it somewhere.
Okay.
Exactly.
And, I know a little bit about chain of custody. I didn't want to, I just said, look, it's my back pocket.
Possibly, Derek.
And they just loaded, and she
no problem.
turns and she could pick it up, take it, put it out.
Okay.
So I wasn't hiding anything. I wasn't,
Okay.
I was just trying to be as cooperative as possible.
Okay.
The event just happened.
What else did you have on your person that she got from you? Do you remember?
Yeah, my fishing knife.
That Smith & Wesson little folding knife?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I remember about that later, because it was jingling around, and I had
Yes, that is true.
I had
Absolutely.
the extra clip that I had on the other side of my belt, and that was uncomfortable. So the guy said it'd be comfortable, and I didn't think it was be comfortable at all.
Was that in your holster thing that you?
Yeah, and I took it out, and it was in my pocket when I went to Publix, and I kept saying I got to take the shit out of my pocket, and I just blanked out. I went to Publix and got some stuff, and then they just kept jingling with my knife, and I said, well, when I get home, I'll take it out. Just like I told the guy at the range, look, if you have a gun and you have to use more than one clip, defending yourself, and that's all it was for,
When did you buy the gun?
4 or 5 months ago.
Okay.
Lionel claims that he purchased the gun only 4 months prior to the shooting. This brings up today's question for you, the viewer. Some would say that if Lionel had not been able to purchase the gun, his victim would still be alive. Others say if buying guns is illegal, then only criminals would have them, and Lionel was going to take a life regardless of what weapon he was using. What are your thoughts on this topic? Please share them in the comments below.
So Lionel was going to do something to that guy regardless. He was already fed up. He was mad that his woman is leaving him. He was mad that she was bringing the new guy over there to help move her stuff out the house. He felt that if he's a hoarder, according to him, he already has some mental issues, right? Because that's what hoarder is a mental issue. Something's going on in there that you don't want to tidy home. You was already unraveling, and you was hiding what you was dealing with internally by just doing your day-to-day job. You had the knife. You already had the knife on you. The fact that you even had 2 weapons on you kind of tells me where your mindset is at, right? Where your mindset was at that particular time. It didn't matter whether if you had the gun or not. You literally asked for a chair because you wanted to sit up there, and all that man had to do was just do any slight thing in your present. And that was what you gave yourself the balls to be like, you know what? I'm going to touch him. I'm going to hurt him. You already said it in your mind that you was going to do that. That's something that he has to admit to himself, that you wanted to hurt this man because you felt that he was standing in the way of you living the life with this girl or being with this girl. If this guy wasn't in the picture, you would still be in the picture. That's just the truth. But that's something that he's going to have to, deal with himself and admit to him that you really thought that he was standing in your way. He was not standing in your way. She eventually got tired of whatever was going on in that relationship. She said enough is enough. When she was ready to leave out your house, she was done with the relationship. That's just the truth. That type of part that she had with you was over, and you were not going to get that back. And that's something that you couldn't accept. He just threw his life away. He threw his life away, but he planned to hurt that guy. He already said it. He already admitted that he was already upset that this man was even in my house. The audacity for this man to even come to my house and touch any of my things.
So let's go back to today. Okay. You get there, you see her, you remember seeing him.
No,
the
there
guns in your
is
back
not
pocket.
four women.
The magazine is also on your person. And then you say you lost it, and then the next thing you know, everything happened so fast, and he was laying on the ground.
Shout out to Brucey getting 100 subs. Brucey, please put
Do
your
you remember anything
channel
from the
link
time
in the
that
chat, please. Go
you
sign
saw
up to
him
Bruce if you like
to him laying
handyman
on the
work.
ground?
He
Do
does
you
a
remember
great
anything
job.
that happened in between that time? I mean, did he say something to you? Did you just react to something that he did?
I saw him moving. You know, he was coming towards me. His right hand was behind him. And when I saw his hand swing forward, you know, I just reacted to that. I didn't know what to expect. You know,
So is at that point, is that when you retrieved your gun from your pocket?
That is correct.
And then you shot him. Is that correct? I mean, is that a fair statement to say?
I'm assuming that's correct because the man is no longer with us.
Okay. I mean, you don't know having a firearm, right? I mean, she didn't have a gun, right? Okay. Do you remember how many times you fired the firearm?
Shout out to Brucey. Go sign up. Let's get him to 500 so he can get monetized.
At any time, did you point the firearm at? What is? Let me ask you this. What is it right after this happens?
She was standing by the truck and, you know, wailing and yelling at me, and you know, and I went up there and I said, "What the fuck?" That's all I can remember is what the fuck. And I put the gun in my back pocket, and then I went in the house, you know, because she went in the house, and I went in, and then we got to get help. And my cell phone never works in there.
Did she tell you we need to get help, or did you say that?
We were both yelling that we got to get help. She tried her phone. She said the battery was dead, and I picked up the house phone, and I grabbed my phone. I had it in my left pocket, and I got her phone. I put it in my left pocket, and I just go outside and try to help him. And the dispatcher kept telling her, "Can you get his pulse?" And the whole time she's trying to put the dogs away in different rooms. I says, "We got to help him. If you listen to the call, you'll hear me on there. I'm trying to get here to help me help him." And it just wasn't working. It just wasn't working.
Did you give him CPR or anything?
Okay, so I'm not understanding that, right? You're a police officer and you're a peace officer. Y'all are trained on basic first aid, right? You are. My thing is, after you shot him, you really want me to believe that you were just like, "Oh shit, let me run inside the house and hey, you got to help him. You got to help me help him. We got to call 911." I mean, unless they have I guess the phone calls to 911 in reference of that, but I just don't believe that you just like short circuit like that and you was like, "I now want to help this guy after I shot him." You was literally eyeing this guy and staring at him and, waiting for him to do something that you could look at it as, is he threatening me or is he flinching at me? You was waiting to the moment that he did any movement that gave you the, oh, well, I can do something now because I looked at this as a threat. I'm not going to believe that you turned around after shooting him and you was like, "Oh, running around hectic. Oh, I got to call 911. Sir, if that's the case, if you ran in the house and you know that your cell phone doesn't work in the house, this is what you said, that nobody's cell phones work in the house. I don't know if it's a dead zone or wherever you was at is a dead zone, it doesn't work in the house, then why wouldn't you call 911 if you was outside the house already, you had already shot him? Why would you go in the house knowing that you can't make a phone call? So that's why I can't buy it. Because if you are the one who's telling the story, you say you don't get service in your house, you know your cell phone's not going to work. And I don't think you have a house phone. Most people don't even have house phones anymore unless they're over the age of 60. Most people don't have house phones anymore, right? Everybody use their cell phone. So why would you run into the house where you know you can't make a phone call? If you really wanted to get him help, especially let's say if you didn't know how to do basic, CPR, right? You would call outside 911. Hey, listen, I just shot someone. He's bleeding. And he might be still unconscious. What do I need to do? We putting pressure on the room. Can you get someone here ASAP? That's what you do. Not run in the house talking about, hey, we need to help him. We need to help him. And she's running around trying to put the dogs put the dogs away. No, she's running around in the house because she's scared. You shot her boyfriend in front of her, and one of the reasons why she brought her boyfriend there is because you're reckless. So she brought him there for protection. She ain't about to trust you with her life. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. Nope. That doesn't even make sense. None of that makes sense. You go inside the house to quote unquote call, knowing that you don't get service there. Boy, please. No, absolutely not.
No, I'm on the phone trying to get somebody there, and I'm trying to get her to help me, and she's just somewhere else. I haven't done CPR in a long time, plus I got some medical problems.
I don't speak French.
Lionel's girlfriend is still alive because his fear of losing her was stronger than the hate he had for her for leaving him. Because he was a hoarder, he couldn't stand the thought of losing her, so when he saw another man taking her away from him, his solution was to remove the other man. A hoarder will usually get mad at the people trying to get them to throw away their belongings instead of the items themselves.
Any violence in the past with you?
There's never been any violence.
Because I know she told us that she had an injunction against her. I was just wondering.
If you call a judge, you'll find out that that judge was waiting for her to try to do that again. She went lying and said that she was afraid of me, that I threatened her. And all it was that I had lost my job, and she co-signed for my truck. She didn't want.
See? Now when he tells more of the story, you see how everything plays out, because when things don't make sense, it doesn't, it's not true most of the time when it doesn't make sense. That's the reason why she brought the guy. You threatened her before, you got verbally, and you threatened to be physical with her before. That was the reason why she left. You was possessive. You looked at her as one of the items that you hoard. You could not accept that. When Guy came in there, you looked at him as if he was taking your whole life away. He's taking one of your possessions without your permission. That's why you squared him up, looked him inside and out. You knew that she was coming with him because this is not the first time that they both came to your house to get items. This is the second time. You was already angry that he came the first time. That's why you was like, oh, why is he in my house again? Why is he at my house again? You were supposed to go fishing. The last time I checked, most people who actually fish don't shoot fish with a gun, right? Like when they're in the lake, they're not like, oh, I see, let me shoot him with a gun. Most people don't do that. I know we see that in movies, but that's bullshit. That's not what real fishing people do, right? They don't do that, right? So you had a gun and a knife, but you ain't have no fishing items with you in your vehicle, or not all your fishing items that you're going to need to go fishing. You knew that they were coming to the house, and you stood there and you was waiting for him to do something that was going to tick you off, that will make you believe that you had the right to take his life. You clearly wanted to take his life, bro. You clearly did. This guy is just, he's making it bad on him, but I mean, it's good that he's telling the truth, but he just doesn't understand how it's making himself look. it's not making himself look good. Oh, Gerard. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak French. My apologies. I'm sorry. But thank you, though. I appreciate you. Don't worry. I'm going to put the caption thing on my live streams now. So it should help more individuals who probably don't read or speak English or understand every word in English. I'm going to put the caption things on my live stream now, so it will help some individuals. But shout out to you. I appreciate it. Bruce said, real fishermen use dynamite. That's right. They use dynamite. Flower says, or spears and New Balance. Not Spears and New Balance. Oh my goodness. Does anybody think that Lionel was going to try and hoard the guy's body? You know what? I wouldn't put it past it. Like, he would have put it as a souvenir because he was so angry about this guy. It's like him taking down the bear, right? Carla said, was he going to try to blame the girlfriend? It seemed like it. He kind of blaming her, right? Because he said, oh, he was trying to get her to help him, to help this guy. Why the hell should she help you when you just shot her new boyfriend? Boy, you are a threat to her. You are a threat. Why would she help you? Scared shitless. Because she know that you don't know the guy. The only reason why you angry with the guy is because of her relationship with him. She's not helping you do nothing. What? So I agree with that. Bruce says she co-signed for his truck. She was his meal ticket. That's why he's pissy. His meal ticket was gone. Yeah, it seemed like he was having problems, and it seemed like he was probably going to lose his or be suspended anyway on the job. It seemed like that could have led to it too. That could have been somewhat of the motive as well. She's looking, oh my God. Oh, Derek. Oh, you're so nice. Y'all so nice. Y'all are very nice. Thank y'all for your compliment. Y'all so nice. Not hoarding the body. See what you started? So he don't go down by himself. Thank you so much, Gerard. You have a lovely day. Have a lovely day. Let's go on.
The truck in her name anymore. I had a friend of mine put it in her name while I made payments, and then I got behind house payments, and we were struggling to make payments in the house. She got angry and pissed off, and one day I'm sitting there working, and a deputy shows up with a restraining order. And I'm like, what did I do? And there's no police report, nothing other than, a woman can do that, and anybody can do that. Her ex-husband did it to her. We were all in the house. Her ex-husband went and filed a complaint against her, kicked us all out of the house, and stole everything out of the house. So that was one. 15 days later, she said, you can move back in the house and, we'll work this out. I waited until I went to court, and I wanted to get it from the judge because, I can go back in the house, and she turns around and says something different. So I didn't. I went to court. The judge dismissed it. I never got a chance to tell the judge, this is a bunch of BS. So she dismissed it.
Did she dismiss it, or did the judge dismiss it?
The judge, because she never showed up.
Oh, okay. So she didn't show for her hearing.
No, and because this was crap. I mean, we were talking on the phone, and, hey, but why did you do that? And, and she was angry. So you're angry, you need to help me with the bills. I said, I'm trying the best I can. And that's all it was about money. Not that I did anything to her.
She was just angry because she wasn't getting money.
But that was a weapon. And the thing is that it was used against her by her ex-husband, so she found a tool. And I explained to her what the tool was for. Don't abuse it. If everybody does it, just because that guy did it to her doesn't mean you have to do it.
Right, that's the system up.
Right. It just, that's not the purpose of it.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yes, he is.
But we've had issues, but I've never laid my hands on her. Okay? I've never made any threats to her. Okay? Anytime that she started yelling and screaming, I sat down. Okay? And that's one of the things that they stress at the academy and the hospital I used to work. Okay? You're the big guy. Sit your butt down because you're the threat. it doesn't matter what she's saying. So I would sit down, and that would piss her off because she knew that I wasn't going to fight.
Right.
She bought a house in Waxahachie, and she asked me if I wanted to come out there, and I said, okay, I could help her around the house. We lived there for about 3 years before we moved here, and about a year into us living there, one of her friends, Chris, that lives here, and her phone is in my BlackBerry, she called me and said, "I want to talk to you when you get home." And I said, okay. So I walked into the house, and comes out of the room. She has 2 phones, the cordless phone. She hands me one, and I go, hello. And as soon as I say hello, she starts screaming.
She starts screaming?
Yeah, screaming, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I just run up.
So this is how you know that there was kind of like a toxic situation that was going on. You notice how everything is, she did this, she did that. And then when it comes down to him explaining what he did, everything is so minuscule. It wasn't really that deep. It's not really that serious. That tells you a lot. Like, you weren't paying any bills. You're a whole police officer and you were in debt. You was staying with this woman. She's paying a lot of the bills, and then you're messing up her house. You're messing up her house, as well as dealing with your bad attitude, right? Then you try to play it off as saying that, oh, she put a charge on you, or try to put a charge on you for domestic violence, even though there was no domestic violence. But you said, oh, she tried to get away with it because, that's what women can do. They could just say that, right? Like, all of that it's not going to help you. You're really trying to tarnish this woman, but she wasn't bad enough for you to try to reconnect, still live with her for 3 years afterwards, after she quote unquote tried to put a domestic violence charge on you and mess up your job, mess up your career, right? You got back with her to stay in her house, help her around for 3 years. And then all of a sudden, when she's like, all right, enough is enough, I'll leave, get a new man, all of this take place. So if that's the case, then what was the point of you shooting the guy? She can't be this bad and this horrible, but then you're taking some random guy's life because he has access to her. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. No, that's not how it works. She wasn't, she probably wasn't even as bad as what he was saying. Oh no, hold on, Lord. Yeah, I agree, Bruce. It's Lionel, the girl, and her ex-husband living in the house together can keep Derek. Bruce said, you're a coward. You won't fight. You draw a weapon. Right. Like, let's see. He's trying to paint her as the bad person. It's her fault and I'm innocent. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't help you. It really doesn't help you. Because like I said, you shouldn't have been with this woman. If she falsely accused you of domestic violence, why would you want to be with her? If she's willing to put that on your record and have you get suspended from your job, because police officers do get suspended, or they will get arrested just like any other civilian on a domestic violence charge. If that's the case, if she's willing to do that, what would make you think that she's the right woman that you need to continue to pursue being in a relationship with her? I mean, at this point, sometimes the things that men say, mind you, a lot of things what men say about women and their vetting and stuff like that, I hear you. There is some truth in that, but y'all gonna have to start swallowing the same medicine that y'all be dishing out, because that ain't no way in hell that you can convince me that you thought that if she falsely accused you of domestic violence, that it's safe being with this woman. It's safe being with this woman, holding on to your particular career. There's no way. There's no way. But let's go on.
To the garage, to the front gate. And I stood there and I was talking to this woman. I said, what is wrong with her? And said, she had to leave, Lionel. And I'm like, okay, but why is she doing all of this? You know, she could just ask me to leave, but it was all a setup for her to have this witness hearing her screaming. And then 2 minutes later, the sheriff car shows up. So it was all planned out. And again, you can contact the West Palm Beach Sheriff Department as a report on that. And I even asked the guy, you know, I didn't do shit to her. I just got home from work, got the phone, and I got yelled at. So there was no animosity on my side. I didn't hate her. And why would I hurt her? What's that going to give me? Time behind bars? This is not where I wanted to be today. Today I want to be on my way to Miami Beach to fish with friends. So I never done anything, you know. Back in November I asked her, you know, hey, you know, your friend is telling me you're hanging out with this guy, why don't you tell me the truth? You know, and then she pushed me against my room door, you know, and yeah, I pushed her back. And then I went in my room, closed the bathroom door. There's, you know, it's got some of those BS locks that you can just put a coin on it and open it. So I lock the bathroom and I go and lay down in my bed and watch TV. She goes in the garage, she turns the power off to where I'm at. So of course, you know, I wanted to go watch TV, so I had to go back outside, and then she wants to fight. And I just got in my car and left. She doesn't like that. It's a control thing. She takes a small little thing and blows it up to the point that is an incredible, it makes it an atom bomb. And, you know, and I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not a materialistic person. I like simple things. She likes fancy things. Yeah, we're that different, but she's the only family that I really have here. Okay, so as far as violence, there is no violence. That's just the first thing. She knows exactly.
Okay. So it seems like he was in a trauma bonding type of relationship. His relationship was on the basis of utility. Here, he's pretty much preaching to the detective that the only reason why he stayed with her because she's the only person that he knows, I guess, in the area that they're living with. None of his family members or anybody is there. So you were staying with her because of convenience, right? You were staying with her because she was putting you up. You know, you had a place to stay. You know her, you know, so there's some social, relationship there. It was only for utility. So that's why you had to keep her. Because honestly, if you really think about it, if you're saying that she was doing all this stuff, dude, you should not have been in a relationship with this woman. There's no way that you can tell me that that is a healthy relationship and that she's the woman for you. There's no way. But here's another thing too. Now he's saying that she's materialistic. Sir, you knew that. You knew that she was, if she's materialistic, if I believe what he said, if she's materialistic, there's no way in hell that you didn't know that. You knew that. You knew that from the get-go. That she wanted nice things and that, you know, you're going to have to bring nice things and gifts and stuff to the table. That's only if I believe that. But how is she the materialistic one when you're the hoarder? You're the hoarder, but bringing in all these things and stuff like that. But she's the materialistic one. It's not a good idea to try to completely bash the person that you're with and act like you're completely innocent in a toxic relationship. You're not 100% innocent, right? But that doesn't mean that, you know, you're, how can I say? It doesn't mean that you're like the biggest part of why things fall out. It's just that this is not your person. This is not your person. If you have to go through all that and she knew your buttons and she purposely triggered them, you shouldn't want to be with someone who purposely trigger you. You shouldn't want to be with someone who purposely go out of their way to hurt you. You shouldn't want to be with, like, what's the point? What is the point of the relationship if you're going to be with someone who's going to hurt you? Just shit. Live fucking life. Regular people and complete strangers can hurt you if that's what you are. If you're a masochist at heart, you have a million strangers out in the world who can fit that position for you. You don't need to literally link yourself up and align yourself and literally stay in the house with someone to do that with you. You should have had left. He should have had left. That's why I can't really believe that, so much of what he's saying. And then he also admitted that you did push her. So again, you said that there was no DV, but y'all both hitting each other. Y'all both pushing each other, according to you. Maybe you don't believe that's not a DV situation, but it is. A DV situation ain't just only one person getting completely brutalized. She put her hands on you, you put your hands on her back. That's a DV situation, sir. You should know that as an officer. That's a DV situation, regardless how you cut it. So again, he can't even be honest about that. He can't be honest about what was actually going on. You was in a toxic relationship. Y'all was doing things to push each other buttons. You have to be honest with it. But let's go on. Let's see what else he has to say.
Where I'm at. Here's a black man just shot, and just, I know this is not a nightmare. No, it's not a nightmare. Oh, God, why?
So let me ask you about, you said you knew that he was around or something and that he did plumbing, is that correct?
He lost his job. I know he lost his job. He's losing his home.
Right.
And he just fall backwards. I mean, I know it's rough on a lot of people. He's, I guess he was doing all kinds of handiwork. I don't know. I mean, she didn't tell me.
Do you think they were romantically involved with each other? Is that maybe what happened and why this all unfolded today?
That was the appearance.
Well, I mean, and I'm not saying that happened, okay? Lionel, I'm saying, is that why maybe you got upset? That's what I'm saying, when you got there and saw that.
I saw body language. That's what I'm seeing. I'm trying to see where it all started. I'm not a person that's easily upset.
Over.
It takes a lot to get me upset, and even at points I walk away. I find it easier for me to sit down and walk away than anything else. I don't like to get into brawls.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not worth it. But there was something, I'm trying to pinpoint it, but it was something with his right arm that just didn't look right. And when I saw that movement, I just reacted.
Do you remember? Can you be more specific on what doesn't look right?
It's just the way he moved his hand.
Can you show me how he moved his hand?
Yeah, just stand up. Just stand up and show me. Oh, it's kind of hard with that. Like this?
Yeah, and then, it kind of like turned, and I just...
Where'd you have your gun? Was it in your right pocket or left pocket?
It's in my right pocket.
Your right?
Right rear pocket?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I didn't hear you.
After confessing to the murder, Lionel spends the next hour talking about his ex-girlfriend. The detectives sit quietly and listen as Lionel tells them the things he loved and hated about her. Lionel doesn't show any concern for the man he just killed. He can only think about the woman he just lost.
She just, I wouldn't say selfish, but she.
And this is why he continues to keep on telling on himself, because it's not about, it has nothing to do with the guy. The guy was in your way, and that's why you got rid of him, right? You're still trying to hold on to this girl, and now you're upset that your career is over, and you know definitely she's definitely not coming back to you after this. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. And if she does, she's crazy. She'll be absolutely 100% batshit crazy if she were to go back to you. Like, seriously, you know? But sitting up there talking about her, what you hate about her and what you love about her, like, it doesn't, like, even that does not matter, right? It doesn't matter what she did, even if she, like, because, like, if we're going off of what he said, right? And I'm gonna just take whatever he says as his story, how he felt, right? If what she did was fucked up, it still wasn't a crime, right? Why are you putting her on trial as if she's the reason why you unalive this guy? She's not the reason why you unalive this guy. She didn't tell you to unalive him. She didn't force your hand. None of that. You decided to unalive this guy. And this is the time when you could have actually shown that you're really remorseful, but you haven't shown that you're remorseful that you took this guy's life. If anything, you're still showing good riddance to this guy, right? You're more concerned about yourself. You're more concerned about dragging your ex-girl that you still want to be with. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. Derek said the girl wanted someone who didn't have erectile dysfunction. Dude, what is wrong? Y'all are funny. I'm about to send all y'all to the corner. Y'all are having me cracking up in the back. Or so he says. He's in construction. It's weather-based. Oh my God, Bruce. Oh my God. He's lying. Yeah, I do believe that he's lying. Probably bugged her phone. I agree. I think he did bugged her phone, because it doesn't make no sense for her to tell him all that information unless she was trying. Here's the thing, right? Normally, when women are trying to triangle men, you have to have something that she wants, right? So it has to be, if you have two men that women are trying to set against each other to fight over her, right? One of the guys got her emotionally, the other one got her financially. That's usually how it works. I'm giving you a tidbit. That's how it goes. If you come across a woman who's trying to triangulate you guys, right? One of the guys is someone that she's emotionally connected to, and the other guy service all that she needs financially and stability in this world. That is what you're up against. He's not that guy. He's not the financial stability that she needs. So I don't see her triangulating them two together, especially when he just said that the other guy was just as much as a bum as he was, that she was taking care of him as well as she was taking care of the other guy. So if y'all are literally on the same level and she's dealing with, men who don't got their shit together, grown men who don't got their shit together, or who's in debt and need extra help, then it wasn't because of that. I don't think I don't buy it. I don't think that she was doing that. I think that you're trying to use it to make it seem that that's what she was doing, and why it was also driving you insane. And this is another form of the trauma that you was enduring, and this is the reason why you lost it and unalived this guy. Lana, we'll get 60 minutes a week of visitation. Maybe she'll pay him a visit. Oh my God. Whoop, there it is. Yeah, batshit crazy. Hey, mama, how you doing? Happy Father's Day to you, sir. Adultery is not a crime. It's not. I mean, morally, yes, but not legally, no. Unless you're married. Right, MJ. She was pillow talking with him, and he thought he had another chance to go back home. Dude was in the way. Yeah, he was in the way. He was in the way. He's a police officer, too, so he knows how to bug phones. What do you mean, Derek? What do you mean, sir? I don't know what you mean what I want. I want a good life. He had ED. What's he going to say? What? Not you coming in with him with the ED. You know what? All the men go to the corner. All the men go to the corner. How dare you go against this man? Talk about he had ED. Go to the corner. Let's go on. Y'all have met.
She cries for attention. And she does take things and blows out of proportion.
She's female.
But, you know, she came here, and I tried to explain that to her. There was a black man in the military, brought you here. You know, he was simple, and she got used to the fancy things. And I says, you know what? People with fancy things are usually more unhappy than people that don't have a lot of fancy things. But, you know, that's what she wanted. That's what she wanted. It's just, you know.
That is not true, sir. That's not true. There are so many people who have happy lives who don't have a lot. That's not everyone. Now, whether or not if that was her, like again, if that was her, if material things was her thing, you knew that from the beginning. You knew that there was going to be a role that you're going to have to play if she likes super nice things like that all the time. You knew that. But that's not everyone. You can't, you know, you can't say that that's everyone. That's how everyone moves. And like I said, I don't really believe that if you're also saying that the guy was a bum too. You said that, oh, you know, he's out of work and all the stuff like that. You the one who told the detectives that. So you knew that this guy wasn't, you know, making money like that, or she was taking care of him. So how can you say that? It's just backwards. It's really backwards. Southern said ED and New Balance is a bad Southern, I'm going to have to send you to the corner with the gods. Even if they are married, adultery is still not a crime. A case of DV, but not a case of div, but not a crime. Well, I mean, it is though. Like, it's morally a crime because you're not supposed to commit adultery. She got another one for the bedroom. Obama said his new nickname will be Lord have mercy. Sean, in North Carolina, you can sue the mistress. Absolutely. Contentment is a wonderful thing. Being happy with what you have is awesome. I agree. Absolutely. There's no problem about dreaming for more and everything like that. You can dream for more, work for more. All that is great too, you know?
This is America. You can pursue whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
I'm not that way, and I could care less. I wear holy jeans, you know. I bought shoes because I needed shoes, not because I wanted new shoes. So I started seeing that we were, you know, slowly, you know, being torn apart, but just the way we are. But that didn't mean that I didn't care for her. And I could tell she cared for me. You know, every now and then she'd show up with new pair of pants, you know, just little things, and that was fine by me, and I respected that. I told her I was appreciative.
Or bugged her home.
I just don't see where
with each other.
there's anything else.
Or herself.
Before the interrogation ends, the detectives have one problem they need to resolve. Lionel claims that he saw his victim reach for something, which caused him to react. This means that Lionel could try and claim self-defense. The detectives need to remove any doubt that what he did was murder.
Well, going to the movement, and yeah, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna keep addressing this, okay, because this is important. And the reason I say this is because, you know, people make gestures all the time. You know, whether they're moving to put something in their back pocket, whether they're putting something in the front pocket, whether they go to scratch their back or scratch their neck, okay. And normally those people don't get shot.
Right.
Okay. So when you tell us he was just making a movement, there was something about the movement. I mean, you're a smart man, Lionel, and I want you to try to be a little bit more specific on what made you shoot this man because of a movement, okay?
The way he moved, it was like he was getting something from his back.
And what do you think that something was?
I don't know what it was, but I wasn't going to wait to see it.
Okay, so you don't know if it was a weapon or not, right?
You know, I saw the way he moved.
Okay.
And what I've seen in the past, and I just reacted to that.
What have you seen in the past?
I've seen videotapes of people getting hurt because they just didn't move.
Yeah, so he's going to definitely use self-defense, and he's also going to use PTSD for the job to say that that was the reason why he reacted irrational the way that he did. It's not going to, I don't think it's really going to help him. And the only reason why I'm stating that it's not going to help him where it will help other people in this situation is because, number one, you wasn't even supposed to be there. You popped up on them, you did a peekaboo, right? That's what you did. You wasn't even supposed to be there. You knew that they were coming. You could have left your gun in the car. You decided not to leave your gun in the car. In fact, you kept it on your holster right next to your knife. You didn't help them carry her stuff out so it could be quicker and you can get over this tormentive moment in your life, right? You didn't help them. What you did was you went and sat a chair and watched them while they was moving things and touching things and getting aggravated every moment. Then all of a sudden he just did a reach around or like he was going to get something out of his pocket, and you used it as it's time for me to pull out my gun and shoot. How do you even know that this guy had any animosity against you? You don't. You thought that this guy was thinking like how you was thinking, like he had a problem with you. That's another reason why he keeps on saying to the detective that the girlfriend was still, she still care about me. Like, I don't care about how I dress. I got holy jeans. I wear New Balances. I don't give a hell about that. But, she's materialistic. She always wants the finer things in life. But then he's a bum. She don't even have a job and she's taking care of him, right? He's the one who said all this. You're the one who said all this. So you made it seem as if this woman still also had feelings for you, that she was playing, like I said, she was playing both for you. Like, she would give you a new pair of jeans. She still cared about you, right? So you threw that in there, but to make them believe that this guy could have some animosity against you as well. It was not one-sided. That's the reason why he did it. And that's why it makes perfect sense that he is leading to self-defense or he's leading to PTSD off of what training he has learned as being a police officer. Sean, ain't nothing wrong with New Balances, but Southern said New Balances, that means that you're a sociopath and you probably have ED. That's what she said. That's what she said. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. Let's see. Derek said he reached for a garbage bag to start cleaning up Lionel mess. Right. Yeah. Now it's the way he moved. Right. Exactly. Like, God forbid, this man couldn't have moved anything in that house. He would have, even if he would have just looked at you at the corner of the eye, apparently to you, that would have been a threatening manner. I can't smell. Oh, okay. You're saying I can't smell. They were fighting. He saw videotapes. Boy, gone. Yeah. Let's see. Derek said Lionel's seen videotapes of people moving a certain way. What kind of pornography is Lionel listening to? No, he's talking about police training videos. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about those videos. If pretty much if you see somebody going in, if they have a bulge in a pocket, what does a particular type of weapon or a particular type of gun, what it might look like, what is shaped like that, being observant about certain type of movements. That's what he's talking about. Sound like a setup, make him set a self-defense moment. Yeah, I agree. He's a cop. Yep. Would think he would come up with a better lie. I thought so too. I really did. I thought he would come up with a better lie, but nope. Doesn't seem like it. Lionel likes to wear his shirt clothes. What is wrong with y'all? Now Bell asking Sean, what color are your New Balance? Yeah, that demon don't go to church. He don't go to church. Absolutely not. He don't go to that. Okay. Oh, she goes to the corner. New Balances are white with gray stains. Ah, yeah. Warning, wearing New Balances could cause even... Mama, go to the corner. What is wrong with you? School, them old school New Balances scream psychopath nerd. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Let's see. Make you pay your bills on time. What is wrong with y'all? Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all like this? Let's go on.
Fast enough.
Okay.
Okay, and those were not the bad guys that got hurt.
Right.
And
So let me ask you this, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but before this happened, did he threaten you?
No.
Did he say anything, make you angry? Did he yell at you? Did he cuss at you?
No.
He walked out, made a movement, and then it happened.
It just looked weird, and I just, I know what's going on. I don't know what she's told him, so I don't know. Okay, the thing is that even there were times where he would be, hey, Lionel, how's it going? Or he would call the house and I answer, hey, Lionel, how's it going? Oh, all right, how's things with you? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on, let me get to the, that was extended conversation.
Right.
But after a while, he wouldn't call the house, call her cell phone number. Which, hey, you can do whatever you want. It don't matter. I mean, it looks strange, but again, this is the person that's kicked me out several times. We've had our issues, but I've always, believe if she told me, hey, I'm going to the store, okay, and when I tell you I'm going to the store at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to the store. You want me to bring some milk?
Y'all get in there, Bruce. Y'all get in there.
That's the way I am. So, there were times when things just look weird.
Not no more.
But then I just say, hey, this is not going to be anything.
Yeah, I thought he was too, but he
it's just not going to work. We're too opposite. We care for each other to a certain level, but that's it. But so her thing, he's helping her. Apparently he was helping her. He just, I saw something that threatened me. And if I had left the damn thing where it was.
Yeah, he's lying. He's 100% lying. I thought he was more straightforward in the beginning, and then it completely went to I need to save myself moment right now because he's lying. The only reason why I would see the new boyfriend now, at first, y'all was cool. You would call to speak to her and stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, I passed the phone, no problem, blah, blah, blah. And now it was different is because you're calling this guy's new girlfriend like you still have access to her the same way you had access to her when you was in a relationship. That is a big no-no, right? And you should know that. That is a big no-no. You don't have the same access to this woman the way you did when she was in a relationship with you guys. And then if she's starting to tell her new man that you're talking about other things that doesn't pertain to her getting her stuff or what y'all going to do with the house and stuff like that, you're trying to get back with her, you're asking her a whole bunch of questions about this guy and what he do and stuff like that. You was being intrusive. That's the only way I would see him starting to get, aggravated with you. Like, why are you hanging around? Like, don't you got the hint? Stop calling my girl all these different times kind of night. What did you need to talk to her about? Like, if it's not about the stuff in the house, keep it moving. Like, why are you still trying to contact my girl? Like, that's the only thing I see. That's the only thing I see why he would get aggravated with you. You was overstepping your boundaries. You was still trying to be in her life and have access and control when she's starting something else with a new guy. But you thought, you thought that was enough. If you thought that was enough for you to be like, oh, well, when I see him, we got tension. That's why I said he was sitting up there waiting for him to do anything. That guy could have did anything. That guy would have sneezed. He would have took it as offense. He was offended by his existence, period, because he looked at him as the guy who was taking away his life. He was taking away his girl. He was destroying his life. He was messing up his whole lifestyle and how he had everything figured out and everything. He was in the way. And he just don't want to admit it to himself. He really doesn't want to admit it to himself. But all this other lying stuff, like, it's not going to help you. It's really not going to help you. Obama said, liar, liar. Bo, you terrible liar. You are. Yeah. Michelle said he keeps on talking around the truth. Yeah, he is. He's talking around the truth. Absolutely. You're finally beginning to see I'm seldom serious. That's a good thing. Yeah, you always joking. That's my little group troop right there. He just won't tell the truth. He's not going to tell the truth. He's not. Because the truth wouldn't help him right now. It wouldn't help him right now. It's crazy. Let's see. A habitual line crosser. Yes, that's what he is. That's what he was. He was pushing buttons. He was trying to be forceful, get, all up in her mix. Like, even the things that he's saying. What guy does that? Like, seriously, what guy does that? If that's the ex and you know that she's leaving, she packed up her bags, it is what it is, Why are you still calling this girl and, calling her any time of day, having these messages and stuff with this girl? Now, mind you, that's a little, a little bit of on her part too, right? Because you got to help alleviate the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, show respect to your new relationship and show respect to your old relationship and set boundaries on both sides. Like, this is not going to happen and I'm not going to be in the mix of this. This is not what I want, right? But that didn't happen. It is what it is. But he's no better because you keep on putting yourself in her business. You calling her, texting her for what? She's not with you, dude, anymore. Like, you gonna have to move on. Like, what's the problem? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Southern. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that your butt stink. You might have to go wash it. Let's see. Like Joe Kenda says, if you're going to lie, you could at least be good at it. I agree. Not everybody is good liars. He can't handle the truth. You watch too many movies, Bama. That's one of my favorite movies. You know that, right? Also truth, he has ED. Bama. Yeah, he loved that lady. He did. He loved her, but he only loved her because she was a necessity. That's what he loved about her. She's a necessity. Let's see. Ladies, beware of insecure men. Yeah. We're almost done with this one.
We wouldn't be having this conversation. I'll be on my way to Miami.
So when you say you saw something that threatened you, are you referring to that movement?
Yeah, it just, because he's never squared off like that. So when I saw it, it was kind of like, it didn't, and I wasn't going to sit there and wait and peek, like some people say, well, wait and see if it's what, no, I'm not going to wait.
Right. But see, that's why you do wait, okay? This is why, okay? Because cops do this on a day-to-day basis, all right? And yes, we do pull our guns when we need to, okay? But if we pulled our guns on everybody,
but you
made a movement, let me finish, okay? Because I've been in this situation, all right? If I pulled my gun on everybody and shot at somebody who made a movement that I thought was threatening, but they didn't have a firearm,
saying that his butt is.
where do you think I would be right now?
Just the way he was moving, to me, looked like he was getting something from his backside.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to sit there. I don't have any protection. I don't have a vest. I don't have any backup. I don't have any of that. And I just responded.
Okay. But you never saw a firearm or weapon, though?
Well, afterwards, no. But,
you never saw one beforehand, though, right?
Well, I didn't wait to see it.
Okay.
I mean, and that's what I was trying to explain to you. I'm not going to sit there. I'm sorry. I didn't.
In the end, Lionel would be charged with murder. He claimed that he only reacted in self-defense, but prosecution was able to prove it was murder. Lionel received life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Lionel, you have to deal with your consequences, sir. It wasn't self-defense. That man was not a threat to you. That man never threatened you. You admitted it. You did it because he was in your way. You was jealous. He was in your way. He was taking something that you thought belonged to you. Even though you said that this woman was complicated. This woman was toxic. This woman was manipulative. This woman put a charge on you of DV, even though it wasn't true, right? You was making it seem like this woman was playing so much mind games and heart games with you. You had every option to stop dealing with this woman. It took this woman to get tired of you. And I'm going on the basis of his story. It took this woman to get tired of you for the relationship to stop. And even after that, you wasn't okay with it. You didn't want to accept it. So you kept on bothering her. You kept on keeping close to her, keeping tabs, trying to play it off like y'all was friends and you were just concerned about her. But you just wanted to know about her whereabouts and who her new guy was and how things was going on, right? And then it just upset you. It triggered you that this guy's coming in your house and he helping her move her stuff out the house. You have to do better, sir. You have to do better. But you deserve exactly what you got because it wasn't self-defense. Wasn't self-defense at all. None. And you're trained. You're trained to not you're really trained not to react off of emotions, right? You are trained to figure out whether or not if this person is going to pull out a weapon, if this person is about to be a threat to you, or if he's about to be a threat to others. You're trained in that. This is what you do every single day. Every single day. So you should know whether or not if he was coming at you in a threatening type of way. And I don't believe it. I don't believe it if he did. Let's see. If it stinks, it's a good thing. Oh my God. Bruce, what? Sean said, that's a fair sentence. I do. I agree because he had every intentions of doing it. Keep the flies away from the food. Oh my goodness gracious. Just be yourself, sir. Shout out to you, HTTTP. Don't develop me. Derek, go to corner. Go in the corner, Derek. Y'all won't let the ED go. He was aware of the relationship. He was. Ask her out. Flower. Let's see. Wagger said, I did not beat her. Always take care, but she bore for me. Now she's taking the voice from me within one. I'm sorry that happened, Wagger. I'm sorry. that happened. All right, so I have one more case for you guys. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Truly appreciate it. As always, and let's go ahead and get into it. So we have another situation where a teenager happens to be or possibly could be a serial killer. Guys, you know how I feel about these type of cases, but nonetheless, we need to go over it and see what's going on, right? We always need to be aware and prepared. So let's get into it.
Sandra is about to be interrogated by the police regarding the violent murder of both of her grandparents. As the detectives uncover the truth about what happened, they will begin to realize that they are talking with a heartless serial killer.
A couple napkins here.
I don't think I've met you before, have I?
No. You remember my name? Coolness.
Really?
Swear. That's probably why I was class clown 25.
Miss Coolness. That's a pretty
Miss Coolness, Shannon Coolness, whatever you want.
That's pretty. I mean, you look familiar.
Yeah?
But I couldn't I don't remember.
Let's see if Big Man wants this. I have to use the little girl's room.
Okay.
He'll be right back in with you. No. Don't spit in his drink.
I won't.
Is anything in that bag gonna help you right now? No, because it's not utensils.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab it and put it out here.
My song, bro.
If you need anything, just hop.
Okay.
Cassandra's grandparents, Randall and Wendy Bjorg, had taken her in when she was 16. Cassandra was a problem child, and her grandparents hoped that they could straighten her out. Within the first year that Cassandra was staying with them, the police would be called over 30 times. Cassandra would continuously run away from their home, and on one occasion, she assaulted her grandmother. As time went on, Cassandra would begin dating 19-year-old Johnny Ryder, and she was able to convince him to help her kill her grandparents.
What type of music you listen to?
I like not everything. I'm pretty open-minded. Except
You don't like country, do you?
I don't like country. I really don't like country.
We can be friends then. I'm not into country.
I've tried, but no. It doesn't. I can't vibe with it. How am I so full?
Same told you.
Well, you have been in a hospital and you're eating hospital food, so.
This makes me so disappointed.
I don't know. She said she could eat 2 McChickens and she barely made it through. What is it? A quarter pound?
Those hospital food was messing me up.
You did talk a lot of smack, though.
Well,
I can't eat this whole thing.
I'm not gonna make
I don't want to get you sick.
Granny is the
I'm gonna make you
boss.
throw it up. It's alright. You can drink your Frappuccino. It's a digestive.
I just want to say that this is a little side note. I agree with that, Southern, right? So I was walking, right? I was doing my morning walk the other day, not today, but the other day. And usually a lot of old couples, they be out there, they be walking and stuff. Sometimes, I go for a jog or a walk because I have trails and it's beautiful, lakes, mountains, all that good stuff, right? I love wilderness in that way. So the old couple was out there that, you could tell that this guy is like an old veteran, he has a little old veteran hat on and everything. And she's an old little blonde lady, whatever not. And I'm walking and I like to make sure that the elderly is okay because the trails are really long, right? You can walk for miles and not even know it. And then I don't know where their house is. So I like to watch them to make sure that they're okay. So if they do get a little tired, I can give them aid or I can call, while I'm there. So the father, the grandpa, he stopped, right? And I thought that he was having a little, trouble breathing or he was getting tired. And he was nowhere near like a bench. So I went up to him, I was like, hey, you all right? And he was like, oh no, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just waiting for the boss. And then I turned around and then I see that his wife was, she was taking a little longer. She was a little bit more tired than he was. And I was like, well, that's what you got to do. You got to wait for the boss, the boss makes the rules. He's like, yes, I got to wait for the boss. She called the shots. And I said, and I told them, have a good day, and they was like, bye, just to make sure that they were okay. I just wanted to make sure okay. So I thought that was funny when you said that because it reminded me, he said, I had to wait for the boss. The boss is, I got to wait for her. I can't leave the boss. So I thought that was really funny. That was just a little side note. We can continue now. So right now they're trying to be chummy with this teenager, right? Because the more that they keep her calm, they can probably get some more truths about her. Why would she do something like this? They did say that she was dating someone who also helped convince her that the best thing that she could possibly do is get rid of her grandparents so she could live her best life. I think that one of the reasons if he did tell her to do that or coerced her to do that is because the grandparents knew that he was a bad influence on her and he was helping her to be continue to be a teenager that's spiraling out of control, who doesn't have discipline, nor do she wants guidance. So they probably told her that you can't date this guy anymore. I don't want this guy in my house. I don't want to see this guy on my porch and everything. And of course she had a problem with it. But let's go on.
But I used to swim too.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
She's quite a little athlete, huh?
I wanted to play baseball or softball. I've also done soccer. And that's it. Maybe a little bit of tennis.
Okay.
The detectives do their best to make Cassandra comfortable. They buy her food and they talk about her hobbies, and they even laugh at jokes with her as if they had been friends for a while. After they finish their meal, the detectives begin talking about why Cassandra is there.
Well, obviously, I'm the guy kind of in charge of what's been going on, I guess, the past week, okay?
No problem, Flower.
I talked to Ryan, Investigator Ryan Thurman, or Investigator Thurman.
Oh, come on.
The guy that you talked to yesterday, I guess.
Oh, was he... How can I describe him?
Yeah,
was he like the
nice
tall?
He's a short, no, he's a short.
The short one? Okay, so he was the direct attorney?
Yeah, he's an investigator for the
Yeah, okay, yeah. I worked with him before. He was helping me with the case that I had with my stepdad.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of that tall guy?
He was okay. I feel like I've met him before. I think I met him when I went to court once.
The voice,
but
right, Derek?
He was okay.
Just wondering.
Sort of weird.
Sort of weird?
I like some country music too. My father loved country.
And you remember when I came in yesterday, I just asked you a couple questions?
Yeah.
Remember I made fun of myself because your Graham's password was 1, 2, 3.
I agree. Good
Yeah.
Four?
Yeah. It was. I always did that with all of my phones. I don't like complicated passwords. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I used to do all zeros.
That's a good one.
Well, I don't want, kind of to
She got
make you upset or make you
mittens
relive
on her
anything, but I
hand.
just got some follow-up
be
questions I'd
trusted.
like to ask you. Do you remember when you read your rights and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you understand all
You
that?
review cases
Well, I'm just going to read them again just to make
on
sure
this channel. How are you?
that I guess he read them right. You never know. And then I just like to ask you some questions, no stress, and then
Yeah, she
then
is.
go over some
And,
stuff.
she
Is
just
that
went
cool?
live to grandparents.
And I guess your boyfriend Johnny,
Mhm.
how long you date that dude for?
Like 3 months.
3 months. Was you and Johnny pretty tight? Did you have feelings for him, or just kind of a boyfriend type thing, or?
I had feelings.
Did
I
you?
still have feelings for him.
I gotcha.
I care about him.
I guess I'm gonna ask a corny question: is it love or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what he told me. After Tybee, we went to Atlanta, and we were on like this. I don't know. It was like this parking lot thing, and we got to see like the whole city.
Mhm.
Probably did hurt
He
herself,
told
and
me
she's a
that when we were
teenager.
sitting up there, that like for a second he looked at me and I looked at him, and he told me that all he could see was just me and then purple around me, and he said like purple is like a sign of love, and he said like ever since then like it was like love at first sight or something.
That's kind of cute though.
I don't know. I mean, he got married to like this crazy bitch, and then now she's like saying that I'm stalking her when I've only met the girl like twice.
Yeah, I talked to Johnny a couple days ago, and just talking to him, I think she definitely was crazy. So
Is he okay?
yeah, he's fine. So
Is
he
he-
sends his regards and all that stuff. So
Is he doing okay? It was like,
no, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually is better off than you. You know, they weren't that deep or anything. So he didn't.
Really?
Hmm.
Man, I could have sworn he did worse than me, because I remember when we were in the bathroom, because he did it with me
Mhm.
too. He kept going, and I kept telling him to stop. So
Yeah, his
She
maybe
unalived
just
her
tougher
grandparents.
skin. I don't really know.
Right before Cassandra and Johnny had been caught, they decided they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives in jail. As SWAT was approaching the apartment building they were in, they both attempted to take their own lives. Fortunately, the police were able to get them to a hospital, and the doctors were able to save their lives. After hundreds of stitches and casts on both arms, Cassandra was allowed to leave the hospital and go straight to the police station.
Okay.
So I guess let's start from scratch about what happened, starting from when you ran away. I guess is that the 31st? Do you remember, or 28th or something like that?
I didn't really run away. My grandma like kicked me out.
Okay.
Cause like this is what happened. Like I was chilling with Johnny and my other friend Sabrina, and I came home because it was time for curfew.
Mhm.
Because I didn't want to violate my probation, so I came home. And my grandpa was asleep, and my grandma got really mad at me, and she was like saying like, "Oh, if you don't like it here, we're just gonna find somewhere else for you to stay." And she just said that out of the blue. Like she just got really mad for some reason. And so I was just like, if you're gonna find another place for me to stay, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna find somewhere else to go. So
And this was basically when you took off, you came back, your grandparents were home, and I guess that's when you had that argument?
wait, what?
You just had an argument with your grandma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
And then I left.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I got you. And then when you left, where'd you go to?
I was just staying with Johnny. Like we were sleeping in his car.
And then so you're kicking it with Johnny. Where are you kicking it with him at?
We were just all over the place, Bailey. We were just trying to find something to do, just keep, just have something to do because we don't want to just sit around and do nothing. So, you know, we were finding like people to chill with.
Baby girl, why you didn't go to school? I mean, if you in school, right, or you taking up some sports or something like that, if you was doing what your grandparents told you to do, you would have been a nice little busy piper, okay? Because that's what adults do. Adults love to keep young adults and children busy, right? Because we know when you are idle at that time, the devil hands get on you, right? You start getting mischievous. You start doing things that you're not supposed to do. Oh, what's that? Don't touch the stove. It look hot. Let me touch it. That's what y'all do. So this is why we like to keep you occupied, right? You and Johnny should have been in school. Why is he? So now it plays out a little bit more, right? Because apparently Johnny wasn't on good terms with his parents either if he's living in his car. But if he has a car, that means he's older than you too. How old are you? Like, I don't know how old this girl is, but she looks like she's around 14 or 15 years old. Depending on what state it is, Johnny could be like 15, 16, but he could be in a state where he's able to drive earlier, right? I'm going to take that into consideration. But y'all was supposed to be in school, both of y'all. If you talking about y'all was sitting up there trying to keep yourself busy, y'all should have been in school. Y'all both should have been listening to your parents. Y'all would have been some busy pipers. They would have had duties for you to do. Girl, if you needed something to do, I'm sure there was a lot in the house that your grandparents could have helped them with. There's so many things to keep you busy. So I'm not buying that. You wanted to do what you want to do. And that was pretty much doing nothing or dealing with drugs, right? Probably having sex. Who knows? Those could have been the things that you wanted to do, and that didn't align with your grandparents had for you. But I'm still trying to get over. I still can't get over the fact that they try to take themselves out like some Bonnie and Clyde after committing murders. Like, so apparently your boyfriend Johnny helped you unalive your grandparents. And on top of that, the way how you said that he was worse. He was swacking and whacking and he did more than you, and you eventually had to tell him to stop. This is horrible, truly horrible. And you can still see no remorse. You don't see any remorse. You can see not a tear. You can see who she's more concerned about, which would be Johnny. She's not even concerned about herself. Yeah, she's definitely on that psychopath level. Absolutely. Stone cold killer. Let's go on.
And go to the mall or something.
Was it all your friends you were chilling with, or all his friends, or a combination? Or?
It was sort of like combination between both.
Who are your friends? Is it just Sabrina, or you got other?
I mean, I only have like
a parent
friend
to her grandparents. Stella?
I don't like chilling with like a lot of people just because I don't trust a lot of people.
Same way. I literally only have a couple friends myself, so she's one of them. So you
saying, Bruce.
So I guess when do you decide to go back to your grandparents' house in the middle of the night?
It was like a couple days after, like 2 or 3 days.
You remember Saturday, Sunday? Do you have an exact?
I don't really remember. Like I didn't really even know like what day it was that we went into the house.
And before you did that, did you and Johnny meet up somewhere at a park or something to talk about what was going on?
We went to Peace Church Park, and we talked about it. At first, it wasn't my idea at first.
How did you even get, I guess, what was said? How did you even bring up? What was the context?
He first asked me, "Are you afraid to die?" And I said no. And then I asked him, "Are you afraid to die?" And he said no.
I'm sure mom and dad is probably informed
he was
now
just talking about
what's going
how
on.
we could like run away together, you know.
Was given to the grandparents. I don't know if they live in the same
he asked
state.
me, he was like, "Would you kill your grandparents?" And I kind of like hesitated for a minute. And I was like, "Why?" And he was just like, "I don't know. I mean, because he knows probably everything that I've been through with all of my family. And he understands that, you know, like, all I really wanted to do was just kind of get away from everything. Kind of just move on with myself. Like, I wasn't having a good relationship with my grandparents. Like, it started getting really bad, you know, like, I got a charge from them because, you know, like, I fought them, you know. I might have broken, like, my grandpa's ribs when, you know, for that charge for simple assault and simple battery, you know. And it just got really worse. We just kept arguing.
So I'm just gonna keep it 100 with her. I don't think that it was. I really don't believe that it was Johnny who brought the idea together. He might have said, "Yeah, we can do that," but I don't think that it was him who brought the idea up. I think that you brought the idea up, young lady, because you had already assaulted your grandparents. That's why you have a record, right? Because you had already put your hands on them. So you're not afraid. You wasn't afraid. You didn't feel any kind of way about hurting these two grandparents, your grandparents. You was already mad at them. You was already angry with them. You already shown that you would put your hands on them, right? Yeah, I don't believe that. Because now she's trying to paint it as it was all his idea, and I was looking at him weird, like, why would you ask me that? And then he's like, oh yeah, you know, kids, they say things like that, and if they would be able to do it, would they get away with it? No, girl, that was you. Like, we're gonna stop the cat right now. But let's go on.
All the time, and then I don't know, I guess things like just seemed different. They didn't look at me the same anymore. Like, I don't know, it's like the vibe that they have was like they didn't really know what to do. They didn't really know like how to like be around me, I guess. They didn't really know how to talk to me. So I didn't really know like how to talk to them either. So it was just a really hard.
It was a big age difference too. So
yeah. And then before all of the stuff happened with my parents, like they treated me so much differently. They had they trusted me. I could have done anything at their house. Like I was free and I loved going over there. And it wasn't like I was actually like living there, so because I was with my parents, so I never ever had that feeling. But even though I did live with them before, I don't know, it kind of just like changed throughout like the whole time that I was with them. So I don't know, I kind of just
grew apart.
Yeah.
When you guys met at the park, did he ever go over the actual plan on how you guys would do it or anything like that, or like what was that about?
Well, I mean, we were just trying to figure out how to get money, and because he said that he might have had a warrant, and I didn't know if I had a warrant because, my grandma kicked me out, and then she did the same thing that my mom did. Like, my mom would kick me out. Then, like, a couple days later, she would call the cops saying that I ran away when I didn't. Like, sometimes, like, she would physically force me out of the house. Because, like, sometimes, like, I would just be like, Mom, like, why are you doing this? And then, she would, like, literally, like, grab my stuff and push me out the door and then call the cops on me. So I felt like that's what, like, my grandma did, and I didn't know. So I was already figuring that I had a warrant or something, that I already violated probation. And Johnny was saying that he might have already like violated probation because he thought his mom called the cops on him or something. I don't know. But how we started talking about it was like,
I'm 16.
We started out like with, what time should we go to the house? How are we gonna do this? Like what materials do we need to, do this? So, we started talking about that, and then, so we decided to go around like midnight or 1:30 because my grandma normally went to sleep around like 11:30, 12. So we decided like, we would park down the road, and then the park was literally like right behind my backyard, like the neighborhood park. So I was able to go through the park and then cut through my backyard because there was a fence. Like there was the trees, then there was my fence, and then there was the house. So you could easily like go through the trees, and then there was the little gate that you could go through. I didn't even think like you could even open it.
Yeah, how'd you guys move that cement? Isn't there like a cement block or cinder block or something?
Yeah, it was pretty easy to move. Like, I was able to push the door out a little bit, and then like it was stuck, but I was able to maneuver my body over to get into the other side, and then I just moved the cement block over so that Johnny could get through,
Gotcha.
and then I moved it back.
Cassandra claims that Johnny planned her grandparents' murder, but the truth is, Cassandra was the mastermind behind everything. Cassandra is about to tell the detectives everything that happened before and after the murders took place. She will explain how she killed her grandparents and then lived in their home for several days with the bodies. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end at her grandparents' home because Cassandra planned on killing more people.
You were living out of his car. Did he have like a lot of clothes in his car that he would change into?
Yeah.
Okay.
He already had clothes in his car.
Okay. But did he have like different shoes, or did he kind of just keep one pair of shoes on?
He had different shoes. He had a bunch of stuff in his car.
Okay.
It's kind of like Mary Poppins.
Okay,
that's a good frame of
you got some good
reference.
analogies. I like that. So when you guys made it to the back door or the back gate, what'd you guys do next? How'd you move up to the house?
Well, we went up the stairs.
The decking stairs?
Yeah,
Okay.
the back deck. And my grandma was still up because we got there a little bit early. So we went back down and we were kind of just chilling over where
The shed is?
Thank you, Carla. Have
we
a
were
great
chilling by the
day.
shed. And then we saw that the lights turned out, and then we just like stayed outside for a little bit longer just to wait. And then I already had the keys to my house because I already had a set of keys, so I was able to unlock the back door, and then that just made everything easier.
And as back door, do you mean the bottom back door, or so you're still talking about the door on steps?
Yeah, like
Okay.
when you go up the back on the back deck, there's two doors. There's a door on the left and a door on the right, and I went to the door on the right because the door on the left had a sensor on it, like one of those like.
Oh yeah, she's definitely the mastermind. Like I said before, I read it from her from the beginning when she started saying that Johnny, he's the one who brought up with the idea. What does he really have to benefit from it? He doesn't have anything to benefit from it. He couldn't go home. He didn't tell you, let's go off my parents, right? You're the one who already been physically assaulting your grandparents, and you was mad that they kicked you out because you wouldn't live under their rules and their guidance. You didn't want to do anything but lay up with Johnny and smoke and stuff. You was pissed off. You was angry with them. You despised them. You showed how much you despised them when you were saying, oh, things didn't seem the same. It seemed like they didn't know how to react around me. Yeah, because if you're acting like a raging idiot and you're destructive and they're trying to say, why are you doing this? And you're like, leave me alone or fuck off and whatever not. Yes, they would not know how to approach you. They would not know how to handle you. You need structure and you don't want structure. You figure that you know everything and you have everything all figured out. How would they be able to? You wasn't even allowing them to see. You didn't even give their structure a chance, right? And that's the bad thing. Like, at least try to just give it a chance. And if it's messed up, then you could have had always went home, but you didn't want to go home because you know that your mother was done with you. She done kicked you out the house, and that's why you had to go to your grandparents. But she's definitely the mastermind. You could tell how in detail she thought of everything. What time her grandparents would go to sleep, how to enter in, what lock, and all the stuff like that. She planned everything out to the T. Everything out to the T. And because she's not smart and she's full of ego, she doesn't even see that she's like, you're literally asking the detectives to literally like drop the book on you. Like, seriously, you're asking them to put you under the jail cell at this point because you had all intentions to unalive your grandparents, and then you got your boyfriend to help you. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. This little girl must have something wrong with her brain to murder her granny and pops. This is nuts. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, listen, trigger warning, truth or troll. I understand if you can't take anymore. Thank you for stopping by. I always say trigger warning. These type of cases, some people, it doesn't sit well with some people, and I completely understand if you can't be here for it. Please go ahead, go, watch something else, touch grass, do something that will make you happy or laugh. I don't have a problem with it at all. Sean said she isn't saying Johnny said do this or do that. She's definitely the mastermind. Right, exactly. The only thing that she said was Johnny brung up the idea. I don't even believe that. But she's doing everything. Oh, okay. No problem, Flower. No problem. Just be safe. Be safe, ma'am. That's all that matters. Derek said the meth made her contemptuous towards her grandparents. That could be a possibility too. Yeah. Her mom didn't play with her. She didn't care either. Right? No, she didn't. Her mom was like, no, I'm not playing that. Because her mom probably used to do that too. And so she knows, she knows the game that she's playing, and she wasn't with it. She wanted her out of her house right now. The bandages are from a dog attack. Really? Wow. Who dog attacked her? Her grandparents' dog? What door had an alarm when they slept? Gotta be the front door, back door, or the side rear door. That's how I have it set up at my house. I don't know, but that's mostly what people say. Johnny was too stupid to plan any of this. Johnny only had one thing on his filthy little mind. I agree with you, Darius. I agree. Oh, he said he's here. Okay, cool. But just in case if it does bother you, let's go on.
Beep beep or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the door 4 open, something like that.
One of the ones that kind of like announces each door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the one you guys went into didn't have it.
Yeah, I was able to take that one out because like it was like a really old like alarm system. Like they had this alarm system for years, and all you had to do was just like you had to push this little button just to open it, and then just take the battery out. And I already took the battery out like a while ago.
What was that for? You taking the battery out?
Just to like sneak out.
Okay.
And plus, I hated that thing that went off every time. It got so annoying.
I bet.
So then you guys are at that back
No,
door
I understood
now.
you, bro. Yeah, she knew everything.
You're the first one to kind of walk inside there, or how do you? Okay.
So there was stuff in front of the door because my grandma normally would block off the back door. But I was able to open. So I unlocked the back door. I was able to open the back door a little bit and not have the stuff in front of the door fall and make a noise. So I was able to like maneuver in, and then I moved the stuff in front of the door, and then I got Johnny in, and then we closed the door and locked it.
And then would you guys kind of just hang out downstairs, or did you start moving upstairs? Or?
We went upstairs. We immediately.
Do you even know how bad she's cutting her own throat, Derek? She's cutting her own throat severely because her telling this story shows that she broke into her grandparents' house. Meaning, when they committed the murder, she was already kicked out of the house. They had already changed the locks. So from her sneaking out and doing all the things that she used to do prior to her getting kicked out, she remembered how she used to get in the house before. So that goes with the whole planning, the premeditation, which we already knew that that was happening. But yeah, she planned this for a minute. It wasn't just like no one day thing. So now the other thing that destroys her is because she still stayed in their house after the unaliving. So that was the reason why you unalived them, because you wanted the house and you wanted to stay up there in Johnny in the house, eat the food and gather whatever you can, get money, whatever you can from them. You wanted to take all the resources that they had and just stay up in the house and act like adults. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Like how can you literally lay in a house with dead people, let alone your own grandparents? Like that's not normal. The smell, that's not normal.
didn't immediately go upstairs. Like, we went to the stairs and then we were like just listening, just hearing what was going on. And we thought everything was good, and then we went upstairs and...
Oh, did you guys have anything in your hands, or you just...
Yeah, I had, what's it called? It's one of those car tools.
Is it to do a tire, or is it to
tire
fix
iron.
it?
It was a tire iron. So I had one of those.
Where'd you get that at?
Johnny's car. Because he had one in his car.
His Honda or whatever.
And Johnny just used
It
his
is
fist.
bad
And
flour.
he brought a black book bag that had duct tape in it, and it had the tire iron in it, and it had gloves in it, because we were also wearing gloves too.
What kind of gloves?
They were like
hospital gloves or regular?
hospital
okay.
gloves.
What color were they, you remember?
Blue
Okay.
ish? Yeah, they were blue.
Okay.
So
now you guys are at the stairs, starting to go up the stairs.
yeah.
You actually had the tire iron in your hand, or is it still in the book bag?
I had the tire in my hand. We got it out
together.
before we went inside the house.
Mhm.
So I had it in my hand. And Johnny didn't have
Could be a
any
possibility,
weapon.
Southern.
He just used his fist.
Okay.
So, and then,
So who's first up the stairs? Is it you and he's kind of following you, or?
yeah.
Okay.
I go upstairs. He goes into my grandpa's room, and then I go into my grandma's room. And, yeah.
And then do you hear kind of what's going on over there? And
Yeah.
does that kind of cue you off to,
Mhm.
with your grandmother there?
Yeah, he started going at it, and then, I could hear my grandpa just yelling, them fighting, and then I started getting the rush, and then, that's when I started hitting my grandma. She started, screaming and stuff, and...
Was that the first hit?
Yeah.
The back of the head?
Yeah. She bit me.
I think I took a picture of that yesterday, right?
Yeah, she bit me in my finger, too, but I forgot which finger. It was on my right hand. I think it was either, my middle finger, or it was that one.
And when you and your grandmother used to get into it, that's kind of how did she bite you before to kind of get you off her or whatnot?
Yeah, she's bitten me before.
Well, she's bitten you before too.
Yeah. I haven't bitten her, but she's bitten me before.
Okay.
Have you, when you guys are in it, or did you just come up and bite you?
No, when we were in it.
Okay.
I had this mark on my hand from where she bit me for a while.
Where did she bite you that night? On your finger?
Yeah.
Anywhere else?
On my arm, where they took the picture of it, and then that was it.
So you're in the bedroom with your grandmother. When do you meet back up with Johnny?
So the detectives, what they just did right there, they were confirming that it wasn't any child abuse that was going on. That's why they asked her, did she always bite you or whatever, or only when y'all was getting in a scrapple or when you was on her? She said, yeah, when she was on me, she would bite me. This is the second time that she bit me or whatever, and the third time that she bit me. So they were making sure that she wasn't acting in self-defense. That's what they wanted to prove, and now they got that. Let's go on. It was no child abuse.
Do you leave your grandmother there, or kind of what happens?
So I started hitting my grandma, and I already had duct tape, and then, Johnny's doing his thing. And, I stopped hearing Johnny doing whatever, and so he comes in the room with me and my grandma, and, he helps me, tie up my grandma with the duct tape. And
How did you do that? Is it just her hands, or?
I got her hands, I got her whole head, and then I got her ankles.
Okay, with her hands. I guess
It was behind her back.
So it's just like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Johnny helped you tie her up?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly did it, but I needed a little bit of help because she was moving around and stuff, and so he helped me a little bit, and then he went back into my grandpa's room. And then
What were you doing when you went back in your grandpa's room?
I was still with my grandma, and then
in her room.
Yeah, and then I dragged her into my grandpa's room, and then Johnny asked me to go get some knives. So I got some knives from downstairs in the kitchen, and I got 3 big butcher knives. I asked her for the code to her safe, because I already knew that she had a safe in her closet. I just didn't know it was in the safe. So, I mean...
Did she tell you?
Yeah, I mean, like, she kept saying, like, I'll give you money, I'll give you my keys, you know, I'll give you anything you want. But, yeah, she just kept
Was she able to talk with the duct tape around her face?
Yeah, like, she was, like, mumbling. You could still understand her, but, like, at the same time, you couldn't.
Like, it wasn't like her mouth was shut. Like,
Yeah.
almost as if...
It was like that.
Okay. Almost as if, like, she could still move her mouth enough
Yeah.
to make the words behind the tape. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So,
My stomach is like turning, like, but I wanted to ask you guys a question. Do you think one of the reasons why she is like so fluidly just telling everything, and you know the way how she's having a conversation as if she was speaking with one of her girlfriends or friends from school, do you believe that she's doing that because we could definitely tell she has mental issues, she's a psycho, but also because she feels comfortable because she thinks that she's not going to be charged as an adult and that she is the 16, because if she doesn't get charged as an adult by the age of 18, she'll get out of jail. If she goes to juvie for a murder, she'll only do 2 years. So she will have to be charged as an adult to actually get charged for murder as an adult, 21 years. Do you think that could possibly be the reason why she's so, calm and I guess fluid with her telling the story? Y'all put it in the chat and let me know. Let's go on.
we left my grandma sitting there on the floor, and then I got the code to the safe. So Johnny's watching my grandpa and my grandma, and I'm over.
How'd you get that code? Did she tell you guys, or?
She told us.
Okay.
Amen. Tomorrow. Happy
So
Father's
she
Day.
told us the code, and I went in the closet because that's where they kept the safe.
Yeah.
So I go in there, I'm checking out all the stuff, and I grab the book bag, and I just start stuffing the book bag with everything. Like there was envelopes just filled with money.
Hey,
there was probably about like
girl.
$1,000 that we found in that safe that they were just saving.
No.
And
Did you know about that money, or you just said no?
well, my grandma, it was kind of weird. Like, she was kind of giving me, like, an idea about it before. Like, she was saying, what if I just gave you $1,000? Would that just make the world a better place? I'm just like, no, I don't want $1,000.
I believe so too.
So, she kept saying that, and then, like, when I saw it, I was just like, wow, she actually had $1,000 in her safe. Like, that's crazy.
So you guys put that stuff in a bag, and then basically Johnny's in your grandpa's room with your grandpa and your grandma in the room. Do you come back in there and say, hey, I got the stuff, or what? Okay.
Yeah, I go back into the room, and I tell him that I got the stuff, and so after that, and then we drag my grandma into the bathroom, and
What was the reason for that? Just to bring her to the bathroom?
yeah, I don't know why we brought her back into the bathroom. I guess we didn't want to bring her into the bedroom,
Okay.
so we just brought her into the bathroom. And then Johnny and she it was kind of creepy because she was like scared to die. Like she
Trigger warning, everyone.
How did she?
It was kind of gross. That was really.
So you said the last blow though
was just like the last hit, like that.
Last hit with the tire iron, and who did that? You were Johnny.
Johnny.
Excuse me. And then did you guys pretty much just leave the upstairs, or?
Yeah. Well, we were just. After that, then we closed the doors, and then we were just checking around, seeing if everything was okay. And then I started grabbing my clothes and start stuffing bags with my clothes. And then Johnny's, walking around doing his thing, checking to make sure that they were both dead, and checking to make sure if we didn't forget anything. And yeah, then we left, and then we came back to the house.
When you guys left, where'd you guys go to?
We went over to like Kroger or Publix to go get something to eat, and then we went back to the house and we just kind of like chilled there.
Did you guys kind of just stay in the house then, or?
Yeah, it was kind of both. We were kind of like in and out of the house for a couple days. It was just me and him. We didn't tell anyone. I mean, I told my friends that my grandparents We went on a vacation for like 2 weeks.
Did you call some of your friends ever and say, hey, if you guys want to come over? Because I spoke to some people, and that's just the rumor going out. They said, hey, if you guys want to come over, not for a party or anything, but, you know, I got some money, grandparents are out of town. Yeah.
After the murders took place, Cassandra and Johnny lived in the home and went about their normal lives. Cassandra went to her karate lessons while Johnny hung out with his friends. They would spend their days shopping and dining at various restaurants. Then they would go home and spend the night only a few feet away from the bodies. The couple continued living like this until they decided they wanted to murder Johnny's family next.
Conversation where you guys had that and you were talking about maybe.
Yeah, so she's definitely, and Johnny, they're definitely not going to be charged in juvie. They're going to be charged as adults. Because the whole real main reason why they unalived her parents was for money. It was for them to, you know, live out their life, go shopping and stuff like that. They didn't want to go get a job, right? Since you want to be grown, you want to smoke and do drugs, you want to have sex. You didn't want to go out there and get a job, get a nice little job at, you know, working at a McDonald's or at a regular clothing store so you can have a little money in your pocket. You didn't want to do that. You also didn't want to go to school. But the simple fact that you even said that you had a sport that you was doing, like an activity, something that probably your grandparents had to sign you up for and pay for, that just proves to me that there was no abuse. There was no child abuse happening with her grandparents. This is completely different than that other story that I covered 2 months ago. You remember, guys, about that poor boy, that poor teenager, his grandmother shot him multiple times in her house, and she shot him because she just wanted him to listen to her and do exactly what, you know, what she wanted him to do. She didn't want him to hang out with his friends. She wanted him to stay in his house. She was very stern with him for no apparent reason, and he wasn't even a bad kid. The only reason why he was staying in her house and not with his parents is because the school that he wanted to go to had all his friends there, and the grandmother's house was closer to the school than where his actual mother was. And in that story, the mother used to call and contact him and the grandmother numerous times and said, hey, you know what, Mom, I want my son back. Tell him to come back. Tell him to come back. And the grandma was adamant. No, I got him. I will take care of him. Everything's okay. No, you're disrupting the discipline that I was giving him. But the mother knew about her mom. She knew how strict she was. She was one of those mommy dearest types, right? This is not it. This is not what this young girl experienced. That's not what her grandparents was. We have already established there was no child abuse. This young girl was not being abused by her grandparents. You're not going to juvie. You are not being charged as a child or young adult. You're going to be charged as a grown adult in this situation, because you also sat up there and planned to do the same thing with Johnny's parents because you thought you got away with it. You was able to stay at least weeks in your grandparents' house with their dead body right next to you in another room and use their credit cards, use the money that they have in their pockets, opened up their savings, and still go to your activity, afterwards. Like you was able to live the life, right? And y'all wanted to do the same situation over again at Johnny's house. Y'all not getting charged as children. You're not. No, absolutely not.
Getting out of town and stuff like that, starting your new life, starting over and whatnot.
Yeah.
How come you guys did stay?
Well, because this was the plan. First, we were gonna get my grandparents. Ooh.
You hot? You hot?
Yeah, I want to give her the smushy things.
Okay.
What?
Your exercise stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the reason why we stayed in town was because the plan was we were going to give both of our families. That's why...
Hold on, what?
Okay, so the plan was that we were both gonna get both of our families, but first we got my grandparents, and that's why we went over to Johnny's house, and we attacked his sister and her boyfriend because he wanted to kill his family.
Okay.
So that's like, we stayed in town for a couple days because, we wanted to get some money, we wanted to get ready to leave, and then that plan just going over to his house kind of just like, it didn't work out at all. It went downhill from there.
Now, there seems to be a pretty big gap still, though, between
Very much true.
your grandparents and then attacking his sister and the boyfriend.
Mhm.
Was that kind of in the plan?
Yeah.
To try to get away with it for the week and then kill them?
Well, we weren't really like going on like a week thing. It was kind of just like a day-to-day kind of thing. Like, what are we going to do today? Sort of thing. But I mean, we wanted to get out of town like as soon as possible.
Okay.
But just how it all just kind of timed out. Thank you so much. Didn't really like. It just, I don't know. It didn't really work out as we planned it to be.
Okay.
So
there was no. So you guys basically stayed in town after your grandparents because the plan was then to kill Johnny's family and maybe get some more money?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't like a set schedule on Saturday at 5:55 p.m. we're gonna go kill him, but more of a day-to-day thing?
Yeah, I mean, like, we were just planning on doing it at night mainly.
Okay. So what made you guys pick that night that you did it? And not any of the other nights before? Was anybody gonna be at the house that shouldn't have been, or were you waiting on someone in particular to be there with them? Who's in Johnny's family? Does he got a mom and a dad?
Just a mom, 2 sisters, and that's it.
Okay.
And yeah, we were really like planning on like what time. We were just kind of like just going how it went, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing how it would go, and then it just kind of like really downhill from there.
Okay.
With the bear spray and everything, the baseball bat.
The what spray?
We had like bear repellent that we bought from Bass Pro Shop.
What was that for?
Just to like.
So that means that they took her grandparents' money when they was going to the store, and they were buying more equipment to use to unalive his mother and his sisters, his siblings. Yeah, these are some these are some very wicked children. Very wicked. Very wicked children. I'm sorry guys, I stopped. I'm gonna continue to play it, but like it's a little triggering for myself as well, but let's go on.
Get them away or to like kind of like knock them out.
Okay.
That stuff is strong. Like
Yeah.
This stuff. Oh my gosh.
We have to get sprayed with like the obviously non-bear spray, and that stuff is strong. So did you spray it on them?
Yeah, we both did. Well, I mean, Johnny did more. He sprayed more because my bottle stopped working for some reason, so I couldn't like really use it, and it was so crazy. Like it was just all a rush. Like it was just the spray was going everywhere, and it was like your eyes were burning, like your whole body was burning. It was so painful. Like.
And who did you guys spray? Who got sprayed with that?
One of Johnny's sisters and her boyfriend.
Was anybody else home?
No.
Okay. Were you waiting on them to get home?
Yeah.
Like that was the plan?
Yeah.
Because you obviously waited at your house to make sure Grandma went to bed, and to both obviously. I assume your intention was to catch them while they were sleeping?
Yeah.
And then with Johnny's house, you went before everybody else got back for the night?
Yeah, because like our plan was like...
Why didn't you want to attack them while they were sleeping?
I'm not sure why we didn't do that, but he kind of said it would be a lot easier if we kind of just waited for them to each come home, so we could each of them
One at a
just
time.
knock them out. Yeah, and it didn't really go like that.
It's really sad because sometimes if you go look at some of those interviews with known sociopaths or serial killers, they always explain how the first kill is always like the hardest kill. After that, it just runs through them slowly, right? I think that's that bloodlust, that bloodthirst that they pick up after doing it, right? It's a whole different type of feeling, it's a whole sensory experience that you have throughout your body when you commit something, commit that type of act against another individual, right? And it's quite different, or I'm sure it probably feels quite different than killing animals. That's why they usually tell you, to watch children at a certain age if they're the type of children who will tie dynamite to a cat's tail or a dog tail. They're the ones who will take a magnifying glass and burn a lizard or burn a worm, burn an ant. Like, there's always going to be a level that they're going to have to reach after that, because whatever the kick they got out of doing that, eventually they're going to get bored of it. So now they have to feel that rush again. And that's why they say normally those are signs that that maybe that kid could have psychopathic issues, and to be mindful of that. It's just really sad. Like, you can even look in this girl's eyes. She's gone. She's gone. Like, there is not a care or no remorse for anything or anyone in this world except for her desires. It's very sad. Very, very sad to see.
Okay. Did you guys talk much about the incident actually at Johnny's or no?
No, we kind of segued into it just because I was wondering why they stayed in town so long, but I didn't realize that was the reason, was because they were planning on killing Johnny's family too.
Mm-hmm.
Whose idea was that? Was that also talked about at Peachtree Ridge Park?
Yes, that was Johnny's idea, because then that's the reason why he asked me if I wanted to kill my grandparents, because he wanted to already kill his family. And he was like, "Want to be Bonnie and Clyde?"
You said that?
Yeah. I was like, okay.
That's what I first said when, because I'm the one that got called out to the scene initially, and that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. So.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the movies?
Of course.
You have or you haven't?
Yes, of course I have.
Of course.
You're too young.
I'm 29 and I haven't.
Thank you.
Yeah, my mom was really into like old movies, so
Okay.
as I was a child, I used to watch like a lot of old movies.
I guess with your grandparents, then we can move on to Johnny's. I mean, was there like ever a snapping point, or, I mean, do you feel bad about what happened? Do you think she deserves what happened, or what? How are you feeling right now? I'm not in your shoes.
With my grandparents?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel terrible. I mean, I feel like the worst person on the planet, but at the same time, it was kind of just like, I don't know. I mean, there was so much stuff going on between me and my grandparents already. Like, I couldn't handle it anymore.
Oh, that's your nickname, Derek?
Like you said with his follow-up question, though, I mean, did they deserve it? Did Grandma deserve it? Did Grandpa deserve it? Or was it kind of just more getting away from your own family?
It was more kind of just getting away.
I saw that.
So you don't think that Grandma did anything?
I mean, I was pretty pissed at her for, the couple times that, like, she would call the cops on me for, no reason sometimes, or like, just like a lot of the stuff that she would say would be really offensive because it would be about my mom.
Who did you have because your grandparents are essentially your parents at this point.
Yeah.
And they've been taking care of you for how many years, and you live with them. It's a day-to-day thing.
Mm-hmm.
Who did you have a more contentious relationship with? Who was the one you were butting heads with all the time?
My grandma.
Your grandma more so than your grandpa?
Yeah, I couldn't talk to my grandpa. Like, I did not have a real good relationship with him. Like, before we did, but then I don't know, like I wasn't able to talk to him as much, and he kind of like pushed me out.
Pushed you out of his life a little bit. Do you think that maybe was it Johnny's plan to you get your grandma and he get your grandpa, or did you want to kind of get your grandma yourself because of your relationship, like your strained relationship?
It was sort of Johnny's idea more. I mean, I don't know. I don't think like he deserved it, but I just wanted to get away from all of that, like I was so tired of dealing with my family. It felt like I didn't even have a family. Like it felt like they weren't there.
So what they're doing right now, they're trying to establish whether or not if she has a conscience. She doesn't. But they're also trying to establish whether or not she knows right from wrong. She does. So she can't use an insanity plea. Because they will also, like, in most cases, if she was to have an attorney, that's the two things that they will put. That she's a young girl. She's only 16 years old. It seemed like she had a rough life. She's being kicked out of her house. She doesn't feel loved from her loved ones, the people who's supposed to love her the most. She got tangled up with a lunatic guy just as much as her, basically enabling her bad behaviors. And then on top of that, she's not processing anything correctly. She doesn't even understand what she done really. She thinks like, she probably thinks this is a movie. That would be their stance if she was the face trial. So they're making sure that they're covering every aspect to let everybody know, no, she was in full conscious state of mind when she made this decision. She planned it. She planned it for a while. She was the mastermind. She went and got extra weapons. She planned another unaliving. She got help. They want to make sure that, when it will really stick, because we do have these cases where some of these kids are able to slip through actually having consequences, the real consequences, because we take into consideration of them being the youth and knowing that your mind don't fully develop until the age of 25. But that's not the case with her. That's not the case with her at all. This is getting so sad. What's going on?
Like, even though they tried to help, it's just like the way that they were kind of doing it was like, I don't know, it didn't really work out. So I don't know. I started feeling.
Was your mom ever part of the plan?
Of killing them? Mm-hmm. I wanted to.
No, was it something you and Johnny discussed, or is it something you just thought of?
Well, I mean, we did discuss it, but then Johnny was like, no, we can't waste our time on them. And I was like, okay. But I wanted to.
It appears that Cassandra was tired of dealing with her family, and her intentions were not only to kill her grandparents, but her mother as well. Had their plan been successful, Cassandra and Johnny would have murdered 7 people by the time they were done. Fortunately for their family, the only people that were murdered were Cassandra's grandparents.
What about you guys had a scale and stuff like that in the bag? Mm-hmm. Was that Johnny's or yours?
It was Johnny's. The scale?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Johnny's.
Does he sell or just buy or what?
We were just using it just to make sure no one was like...
Ripping off?
Yeah, ripping us off. Because sometimes like that's what people would do. Because, yeah, we were smoking weed, so...
We're not the drug police.
We were smoking weed, and sometimes like our, do you know what a plug is, right? Yeah. Okay. I didn't know.
She thinks we're really old.
No. I didn't know if you guys knew like that term. So yeah, like sometimes like our plug would like short us, and we just wanted to make sure if like she ever did,
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did she ever short you?
Girl, you just admitted that you unalive your parents. You was going to unalive your boyfriend's mom and his sisters. And you also plan to unalive your mother. I think you doing meth, dope, or whatever other thing you want to sniff up your nose or shoot up your freaking arm or whatever not is the least of your worries right about now. Like, stop acting like you're concerned about that, but you're so freely talking about how you gruesomely unalived your grandparents. That just annoys me. It annoys me all the way.
For now.
Only a couple times. I mean, the reason why she was shorting us was because she was gonna get me a phone. So every time like we would buy from her, you know, she would put in money to get me a phone.
What kind of connect was she that she could get you a phone too? She work at a phone store?
No. She's just this old lady.
An old lady?
Yeah, she's like this old 80-something-year-old lady. She sells drugs. She's crazy. I call her Mama Bear. She was almost like a mom to me. She's pretty cool.
Do you get, is it at that mobile home place you buy that dope from or no? Isn't there a mobile home? I don't even know what it's called. I don't think it's the greatest area. Isn't there a mobile home off of Seaver or you have no idea what I'm talking
Where does she live?
We're
not going to arrest her.
She lives over in Swanee.
I forgot what it's called. What the area they call that.
I don't know. But yeah, so. Yeah.
Well, give us a second. You gotta use the bathroom or anything or no? Sure. Even eating at McDonald's?
Yeah, I'll go to the bathroom.
The detectives leave the room to regroup and go over any questions they may have missed. When they return, they want to know why Cassandra did what she did.
The thing is, we can basically piece together kind of what happens based on the evidence and stuff like that. But what we never can fully explain is why it happened or what happened. Like the reasons it happened.
Like why we did what we did?
Yeah.
I mean, the main reason why I did what I did was because I kind of just wanted to get away from my family.
How were you feeling? So that was your plan going into it. Killing grandma and grandpa would get you further away from your family.
Yeah.
When you were actually attacking grandma, when you heard Johnny attacking grandpa, you said you got a rush.
Yeah, I had like this like kind of like this rush where I was like, okay, like I'm ready to do this, like it's, gonna happen. There's no going back.
So
it wasn't like a good rush. It was kind of just like, okay, like
it's go time.
I gotta do this, like I gotta do what I gotta do.
No, I'm not gonna pretend I'm any expert in karate or anything like that. I got a cousin who's a Filipino world champion. He's pretty good at what he does in whatever art form he does it in. But I know a lot of it is kind of that controlled aggression.
Yeah.
Okay. No lie that this was a pretty violent attack on grandma and grandpa.
Yes.
Were you able to kind of control your aggression based on all your training over these years? Were you angry? Were you sad when it was going on? What kind of walk me through what was going on in your head? I mean, was it like you said, the rush where it's go?
That is a sorry excuse. That's not the truth. It's not because you wanted to get away from your family. You was already away from your mother, but yet you still wanted to plan to take her. Your grandparents already removed you away from them because you became a threat in their house. You're the one who broke into their house and unalived them. It's not because you wanted to get away from Johnny's or whatever that guy's name's parents, because you wasn't even living with them. He wasn't even living with them. He was living in his car. So it has nothing to do as if your parents, your grandparents, and any one of these people were bothering you. That's not what was going down. You hated them. You hated them because they wouldn't allow you to be a menace to society. They wouldn't allow you to be a derelict in their household. They actually set boundaries with you, and you could not accept that. You couldn't accept that. That's the reason why you was like, you know what? I just want to get rid of them, period. I don't even want them to enjoy life or whatever. Not without me. Not without me getting what I want for them, not without me, them taking care of me. That's what it was. Giving me money so I could smoke weed and hang out with my boyfriend. That's what it was. You was angry that they did not accept what you wanted them to do. It's not because they were bothering you. And for you to sit up there and try to pretend like, oh, I was just sick of them. Girl, you went back to your grandmother's house. She had kicked you out. If you didn't want to be around with them, you were staying with Johnny in his car, until y'all ran out of money. And then y'all said, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and unalive our family members and we can snatch all their money and we can go shopping and buy things with their credit cards, live in their house and stuff like that, eat all the food we want, don't have to go to school, go to kickboxing when we feel like it. It would be the best, right? That was your mindset. It had nothing to do with them bothering you. Had nothing to do with them bothering you. They kicked you out the house, girl. This is your second time. This is your second time getting kicked out the house because there was a real issue. You was not only just a threat to them, you was a threat to anybody else that was in their household. They had to get rid of you. It's not like they wanted to get rid of you. Your grandparents didn't take you in because they was like, oh, we don't want nothing to do with her. We want to make her life miserable. They tried to give you a fair chance. And in fact, they also took into consideration that maybe it was a parenting problem with your mom. But you don't even see that because that's how twisted your mind is. That your grandparents took that in consideration, that maybe it was a parenting issue here. Maybe she needs a little bit more love, guidance, discipline. Maybe she will respect it more coming from an elder, right? Who've been around the block, who've been around, in this earth for a good amount of time, right? That's why she took you in. So all that other stuff you're talking about, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just want to get away from him. That was like the corniest thing that you can possibly say, when clear as day, most of the things that you did was because you wanted the money, you didn't want to work for it, and you also had a bloodthirst that you needed to quench. Something was calling you where you was like, I have to really do this. This is why when she was explaining, when she first hit her grandmother, when they got into the house, how she said that something taught to her in her spirit that she had to hurry up and do it, and she was kind of anxious. That means she had thought about unaliving her grandmother multiple times before. And now she really wanted to follow through on her thoughts. So she was itchy. It's really sad.
Time I just need to do what the came here to do?
Yeah.
Or was it like, them, they gave me curfew, they deserved it,
It was
let's get this shit going?
It's both.
Both?
Honestly. I stopped doing Kung Fu for a while just because, my mind wasn't there. I just, all of my feelings and my emotions were all over the place and I wasn't able to focus. So that really affected, my Kung Fu. But when I was there, I don't know, just all of my emotions kind of just, came out when it was happening. I was just angry and I was sad, but I was heartbroken at the same time, because it was just why did all of this stuff have to, happen with my family,
Mm-hmm.
Why did I have to deal with all this bullshit, and it's just, I just kind of really got tired of it and I couldn't handle it anymore, I just kept exploding inside almost.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to just run away and just be by myself with someone, and just start my life. I was just tired of being...
And Grandma and Grandpa were your biggest hurdles?
Yeah. Just because,
Is that how you saw them, as your biggest hurdles to being with Johnny?
No. They were my biggest hurdles because of probation.
Okay.
If I didn't get probation, I wouldn't be in this, I don't know, probation kind of really messed me up because, I was going to get a job, I was going to like start getting money, just, starting my life. And then once I got probation, it kind of just like really messed up everything, like I had to be home at a certain time and I couldn't do as much stuff as I, used to do. And, that really made me angry because, I used to just be able to do whatever, I wanted to, like.
When you, during this whole week, kind of in between, you guys obviously took grandma's credit card. You swiped it a bunch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get denied when you were trying to swipe it?
No.
Okay.
We tried to take cash out, but then we found out it was a debit card.
Okay.
That's the only reason why we get denied.
You got $1,000 in cash. Did you spend it all, or do you have it all?
We spent it all.
Okay.
On food, money, weed.
And the money you were going to potentially get from Johnny's family was going to be what you were going to start new with?
Yeah.
Where were you going to go afterwards?
We were going to go to Florida.
Okay. Anywhere in particular?
Maybe like Pensacola, Panama City, just somewhere, where we could just like escape.
Yeah.
Just somewhere where we could just kind of like escape reality. Cause
I gotcha.
It's kind of just all I've been wanting to do for such a long time, which is
escape reality or kill grandma and grandpa.
Well, no, not kill them. Kind of just like escape from everything, just start my life, like.
I agree with you, Derek. I wouldn't treat her like a child, I would talk to her a little bit more stern. But the simple fact is that they can realize that this woman, this young lady, I should say, right? And I say lady just because I'm used to saying lady, not because I actually think she holds the character of one, okay? So that's just a PSA. But this young girl is dangerous. She's completely dangerous. And if they would have talked to her in a stern way, she probably would be lashing out right now. She probably would be trying to take that chair and literally go oops upside their head as much as possible. There would probably be a team of 5 cops trying to hold her down or probably have to hog tie her because she does not do well with authority in any shape or form. Remember, she's the mastermind. She thought about everything. She planned everything. She doesn't do well with no. She doesn't do well with you can't do this, you can't do that. She's dangerous. And they wanted her to be open and express herself freely about how she feels about her grandparents, how she feels about the situation, whether or not if her boyfriend did coerce her with anything that they did. And the only way to do that is to talk to her as if they are an older friend, an older girlfriend, that was and keep her calm in that way. They would have took the more stern route with her, that she would have viewed them no different as how she viewed her grandparents, who tried to instill discipline in her and to try to show her that the life that you want, baby girl, is the discipline that is going to get you the life that you want. I just find it funny how she has all this discipline when it comes down to karate, but everything else fell short. Normally when kids go into karate, they used to say that, karate and those type of sports help kids who have problem with discipline or following orders and rules, they will learn or they would develop them better in karate because it gives them a sense of control. Most of these kids out here who are lashing out, they don't feel like they're in control of anything. They don't feel like they're in control of their emotions. They're not in control of their thought process. And they just spiraling out of control, just trying to grab onto something that they feel like they can handle. And karate will instill that confidence in them that you are in control of certain things in your life and that you can do it. It's completely opposite with this girl. I am surprised. I am shook how you go through karate. You can get through your karate class. You're supposed to learn integrity. You're supposed to learn self-discipline. You're supposed to learn, some morals, having loyalty, like those are certain things that you are supposed to learn by taking karate. And she's the complete opposite. She was able to take something positive and channel it to do negative things. It is crazy to me. It's insane to me. Like seriously. But then again, she's one of those she's one of these children that would have never worked for her. It would never have worked for her. So, I mean, I guess the karate thing is only sometimes for problematic kids who has problem with authority, not kids who are actually dealing with severe mental illness. But let's go on.
I don't know, I just wanted to move on from everything, just my family, I couldn't be around them because just everything that, we've all been through, it's just so much betrayal and lies.
Did Johnny have a similar relationship with his family, or was his more of a beneficiary kind of thing? He wanted their money and...
Well, the way I saw their relationship was, his mom, would get on him a lot, saying, you're not doing anything with your life, and blah, blah, blah. When he just got out of jail, he had 2 jobs, he was back in school, he was, getting his shit together.
Right.
And then, his mom kept saying, you're just worthless, you're not doing anything.
Kind of putting him down.
Yeah.
So it was more of a hostile relationship between them with that.
Cassandra claimed that no one was allowed at her grandparents' home after they were murdered, but the detectives have evidence that she threw multiple parties while her grandparents' bodies were locked in their rooms.
We got a problem, man. I mean, as you know, I'm a cool dude. So is she, okay? I've been doing this longer than you've been alive, okay? I'm a no bullshitter. I don't know what those DA investigators, I don't know what type of, how many times they talked to you or that. We're different in that aspect, okay? I'm cool as shit with you if you're cool as shit with me. But once lying and stuff like that starts, I have a problem. I believe that there were people at that house, okay?
If it was probably only sunshine.
I mean, I just want no if or anything like that. Unfortunately,
That Brucey.
you're in this, okay? There's no, there's no saving face right now,
So a lot of this was on the news, okay, as you can imagine.
Thank you, Ms. Darling.
Okay.
Jalen, I appreciate
So he's been getting phone calls about you inviting people over to your
that's
house.
one of the channels,
Okay.
right?
So who was there?
The only
their,
person who I can think of
their
would be,
insignia.
would be Sunshine and her boyfriend.
Okay, so
And the
Sunshine
guy-
has a boyfriend. What's Sunshine's boyfriend's name?
Alex Peterson.
Alex Pearson?
Peterson, yeah.
Peterson. White dude, black dude?
White,
How old is he?
20.
Where's he stay at?
Throwing a party.
Like right down the road from me.
Golf with
Not even just throwing a party. Your grandparents are dead. Excuse my, please don't hit me, YouTube. But your grandparents are unalived in one of their rooms in their house. And you are bringing other teenagers and everybody in that house to smoke, hang out, have sex, hook up, all this crazy stuff. Like, you act like they don't exist. You act like that's your house and they don't exist at all. And I'm just thinking, how much drugs would you guys doing that y'all ain't smell that smell of a dead body? 2 of them. How that smell is so distinct. There's really no words how bad it smells. I don't understand, how can they be partying and drinking and not be like, what the hell is that smell going on in this house? This is crazy. I am like flabbergasted right now. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Now, again, you're saying you think they showed up. I mean, you have to. Is that video from during that time frame? Do you know?
It might have been. I don't know.
So, I mean, you remember pretty good details. I don't see how you forget this.
Is your grandma gonna let?
I don't think it's
real talk. Is your grandma gonna let Johnny, Alex, and Sunshine over at her house?
No, they didn't. She didn't even know about them.
Okay.
I mean, she knew about Johnny, but she didn't know about.
So for all these people to be inside your house, we're gonna both have to assume that it was after you guys killed your grandparents.
I'll be straight up, dude. We heard about a conversation that took place inside there where someone was bitching about the smell. And Johnny's like, no, dude, it's just sewage. There's a sewage problem upstairs. Is this not?
That never came up.
Now, that could be rumors. You know, when kids talk, rumors.
That never was a conversation that came up. The only people who came over to the house was Sunshine and Alex.
So they did come over to the house after you killed your grandparents?
Yeah, I mean, all of it was like one big rush. You know, I don't remember what day they came over. But
I'm not asking for a day. I'm just asking for in 7 days after you guys killed your grandparents and before you went to go attack Johnny's family.
Yeah.
Sunshine and Alex were at your house.
Yes.
What did you guys do?
We just smoked some weed.
Okay. Did you order food?
No. If we got hungry, we would have left and got something to eat. But the conversation with the smell and the sewage, that.
Well, just don't hang up on that. That's just rumors. People in high school talk a lot of crap, and that's just rumors that I heard. I knew somebody. I mean, I've seen videos and things like that, and I pretty much knew somebody was in that house. Why would you protect them and not tell me about it?
They sure did.
Let me ask you a question.
They called it.
You killed Grandma and Grandpa with Johnny. Johnny, you said glues and what we know to be caulks the doors. Was that immediately after, or was that before people came over?
That was before people came over.
Okay, so
I even poured bleach on them before he did that.
You poured bleach on Grandma and Grandpa?
Yeah.
And you left one of the bleach bottles in the bathroom next to Grandma?
Yeah.
Why did you pour bleach on them?
Johnny told me to.
Y'all see the psychopath coming out of her? Look at her mannerisms. Look how she's behaving now when the guy who said, listen, I'm not gonna shit talk with you. I'm gonna need to ask you a couple questions. Now all of a sudden she's trying to turn into a baby now. Yeah, and Johnny told me to do that, and I really did try to get rid of the smell because I put bleach all over the place, so I don't think that conversation ever happened. And you know, that's all game. That is that psycho switch. Because now she's trying to turn herself into some innocent victim, and Johnny made her do it. When we all sat here for about an hour and heard how boastful she was about planning and doing the act of unaliving her grandparents, planning to do the act to unalive her mother, her reasonings behind it, also unalive his family members, her reasoning behind it. But now all of a sudden is, I got my knees scrunched up to my chest and I'm getting scared, and it was Johnny, and I put bleach all over it, so it shouldn't have been smelling when we had the party. That's that psycho. That's that psycho in it right now. Something in her that the guy said, the detective said, trigger her, where now she feels danger. She feels unease now. She doesn't feel like she's in a room with people who wants to hear her speak and hear her side, like a buddy situation. She feels like discipline is about to kick in. So she's worried. She's worried now. Her whole demeanor completely changed. Whole demeanor. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention so you know and you'll see it.
For the smell? Okay. So When did you pour the bleach on him?
It was like a couple days after. Like, it was like before we left the house to go chill with some friends. Like, we did it before anyone came over to the house.
Okay. So you kill Grandma and Grandpa, you basically grab all your shit and put it downstairs. Did that happen the same day?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you're chilling downstairs with Johnny. You end up, we're like, let's have some people over. Johnny tells you to pour bleach on him.
Yeah.
You pour bleach on him.
Yeah.
Where did you put Grandpa's bleach bottle?
We use the same bleach bottle.
Okay. So you bleach Grandpa first,
Yeah.
then you bleach Grandma, and then you throw the bottle in the trash can. In the bathroom?
I don't remember throwing it.
It's like, it's more like a Windex bottle than it is like a tub of bleach. Okay. And then Johnny caulks the doors?
Yes.
After you bleach them?
Yes.
Several days after you kill them?
Yes.
And that was because it smelled and you were having people over.
We weren't
Now she
intending
does
to have many
self-preservation.
people over. We only had Sunshine and Alex come over just that one day because we were like, it was only a couple days after, so we thought it was going to be okay. Like, it didn't smell in the house.
Do they know that your grandparents were upstairs?
No.
They have no idea.
They had no idea. I told them that they were on vacation.
Did they go upstairs at all?
No.
How long did they stay there for?
Just for like a few hours. They came really late at night.
Who else came over?
It was just Sunshine and
You
Alex.
said we only thought Sunshine and Alex were coming.
It was just them. No one else came to the house.
What the detectives find interesting is how easily Cassandra was able to lie about having people over. It wasn't until they showed her evidence that she was lying that she finally told the truth. If lying is that easy for Cassandra, what else is she lying about? As I stated before, the police would eventually find out that Cassandra was the mastermind behind the murders, and if she had it her way, there would have been 7 bodies instead of 2.
Okay, let me ask you this then. You literally have showed no emotion towards your grandparents, and I don't have a problem. Like, I don't know the life that you were having, and I guess I can kind of understand that you wanted to sever that part of your life and start over again, okay? But why are you showing emotion with when I brought up Sunshine? What the hell is this chick? You know what I'm saying?
She's just a close friend. She was there most of the time when I was going through the stuff with my parents. So she's really close to me. Not as close as Izzy though. Like,
Did Izzy come over?
no,
Does she know what happened?
no.
Did you tell anyone what happened? Not a person?
No one knew. I told everyone that my grandparents left on vacation.
Why were you even telling people that your grandparents left? To let them come over?
Because my grandma kept texting everyone saying to look out for me.
What do you mean?
To see where I was. Because, after she kicked me out, she started texting all of my friends and everyone saying, look out for Cassie. Tell her to come home. And then I told people I went home and then
So once again, she proved that she had loving grandparents. She had a loving grandmother. Even when she kicked her out, she still contacted everybody that she knew that she would probably go and see and say, hey, I hope she's doing, please look out for her. And if anything, you could tell her that she can come back home if you can't look out for her. Your grandparents loved you. Your grandmother loved you the most because it seemed like she dealt with you more than the grandfather did, I'm sorry. She's pure evil to me. I'm sorry. Pure evil.
I told them that they weren't home. They left a note and the key saying that they were going on vacation for 2 weeks.
Did you text anyone on Grandma's phone?
Yes.
Pretending to be Grandma?
Yes.
Who did you text?
Just Sylvia.
Okay. And who's that to you?
She's a family member in California.
Okay. So you texted Sylvia. What did you say to Sylvia?
She kept asking, is everything okay? Because she just started freaking out, like, that my grandma wasn't texting her. And so I started texting her saying everything's fine.
Where did you take Grandma's phone from? Was it on her nightstand? Was it in her purse?
It was on her nightstand.
Okay. Did you take it before or after you hit her with the tire iron?
So, Derek, I think she was explaining all the other times when she was probably running away. The time that her grandmother kicked her out is the time that she physically assaulted her grandmother and the police got involved, and that's why she has a charge. So that happened one time. That's why she got kicked out. When she physically assaulted her and her grandfather, they kicked her out the house. That's when she was staying with Johnny in his car. And they were sitting up there plotting for a couple of days what they were going to do. That's how that started. But the other time, she probably left. Like, she probably left out the house like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. You can't tell me what to do, blah, blah, blah. And the grandmother was calling around worrying and caring and saying, hey, do you know where she is? Make sure she eat. Tell her to come home, blah, blah, blah. I think that's what happened. Michelle says she needed help a long time ago. She did. They knew the baby was a demon and issues they couldn't fix nor help. They tried. They definitely tried. Her friends who came to the house party are as quality stupid for believing her lies. I agree. Shelly said, don't be sorry. She's going to be really sorry here real soon. Yeah. It's just really sickening to me, really. Let's finish this out, guys.
It was like in the middle.
In the middle. So she couldn't call 911?
Yeah. No, we made sure that they couldn't call 911.
No one else came to the house?
Cassandra and Johnny would both be charged with 2 counts of murder. The family decided they did not want to go through the trial process and relive those terrible moments, so prosecution offered them a deal. In exchange for their guilty plea, they would both be sentenced to life in prison with parole after 60 years. I would love to hear your thoughts on this case. Who do you think was the mastermind? Was it Johnny or Cassandra?
I'm gonna stick these in your bag, okay? Okay, for all that stuff we did to you with your prints and they took the swab and all that stuff, I just can't take it. I gotta get a search warrant, okay? You understand?
What do you mean?
I did it, but what I'm saying is I had to get a search warrant to do that. I can't just take those items. This is a search warrant that I got to take those items, to take your fingerprints, the swab, and she took some pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna stick this in here. You can read it. And as for the incident that happened at Johnny's place, you're charged with 2 counts of ag assault, and so is Johnny because of what happened there, okay? And obviously with your grandparents now, you're being charged with, what should I give you? Yeah, these 2, I'll serve. I gave you 2 more. Anyways, you're being charged of malice murder for your grandmother and then malice murder for your grandfather. Okay? And it's just the 2 warrants on there. Like I told you, I'm a straight shooter and I'm just letting you know about that, okay? And obviously you know my name. If you want to talk later on down the road or whatnot, you're more than welcome to call me, okay? My information's in here. So, okay? Officer duty now is going to transport you to the jail, so.
Is there someone who can wrap this better?
We can probably get that done by the nurse.
They have nurses at the jail. I hate to make you hurt even worse. If you can just, the jail's literally right around the block. It'll take 2 seconds and then they can, okay.
Which way?
I'm gonna go right over here.
This was sad. This was really, really sad. Prayers to the people who lost their life. Prayers to the families that was affected by this. I don't like when I see children destroy their life, but this was beyond just destroying your life. This was a full-blown demonic energy that was going between these 2 teens. And it's horrible. It's horrible, pure horrible. I mean, listen, the plea deal that they had was life in prison. I'm glad that they just took that. I don't even know why they're giving them parole, but I know why they have to give them parole. They have to give them parole because they're under the age of 16. So kudos to the judge, because this was Gwinnett County, so this was Georgia. Kudos to the judge for charging them as adults, because we could have seen how this played out differently. If they decided to give them juvie, these individuals would be out on the street after 2 years once they hit the age of 18. So I'm glad that they didn't do that. I'm glad they got life. They got life in prison. 60 years. Hey, who knows? Let's hope that they can make it, because they're not going to no soft space. They ain't going to no juvie prison. They're going to be doing the real hard knock life. So let's hope they make it, right? But it was just terrible. It was just terrible. This whole thing. Sick to my stomach. Sick to my stomach. No, good sir, I do not work tonight. However, I am about to bid you farewell and good night. All right. Thank you all so much for coming in and reviewing these cases for me, with me. I truly appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who was being active in the chat. You really do make the channel worthwhile, and I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate your commentary. The next time I'll be live, guys, is when I have the availability to do that. I'm always working, but I do miss doing more shows and with you guys. But once I get that schedule figured out, I'll do. Just hit your notifications. You'll get the notifications before I go live again. And once again, guys, thank you so much. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the world. As I stated before, you are appreciated, you are worthy, you are needed, you are valuable. You keep things going. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I will talk to you guys later. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.